Добро утро, дами.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests.
Panel, for the courtesy of our foreign speakers in English, I'll ask them questions in English, and our Bulgarian guests will talk in Bulgarian. So welcome, all of you. We're very happy to start this panel with fantastic guests and really star speakers that we have here represented across the region. The topic of our panel is how we can fund the green transition and what is the role of the multilateral development institutions, the national banks for development, and the commercial banks. The green transition needs money, this is for sure, so we have to find the most efficient way for allocating these resources. We'll be debating a few things. First, what is the role of all the players from the financial sectors? Do national development banks have to have a special mandate, and how they're going to balance between these commercial opportunities and their mandate. Secondly, we'll also talk about successful examples across banks, how the region is funding the green transition, what are the challenges, how we can resolve them, and how all we can work together to make this happen. I will introduce the panel very shortly. Mr. Jeff Gottlieb, who is a representative, Southeast Central representative, head of IMF for the region. Right to him is Mr. Alan Herjavec, who is a member of the board of HBOR. This is the Croatian Bank for Development and Reconstruction. We have Larissa Monastirli, who is head of financial institution at the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, another regional IFI, and she was also head of the EBRD office for 4 years in Bulgaria, so she's very well and knowledgeable about the region. We have also, next to her Mr. Patrick Dabowski, who is ISG risk and industry and ISG risk representative of BGK, one of the biggest national development banks in the region. Right to me, I have Mr. Tanko Rabojiv, Executive Director and member of the Bulgarian Development Bank, Mrs. Lili Pavlova, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and Mrs. Tsveti Mincheva, who is the CEO and Chief Executive Officer and head of the board of the only commercial bank we have on the panel. Now, after saying these few words, we'll start with Mr. Jeff Gottlieb. I'll give him the floor about a short presentation, just a few details about the panel. So after the presentation, we'll have some questions to the audience, and we have to break at around 10 o'clock in order to have an executive interview, online interview with the Commissioner Šefčovič. So please be patient, and we'll continue with our panel. Mr. Gottlieb, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for putting this on and inviting me. I think it's very encouraging to see this type of discussion. It's the type of thing that might not have existed 5-10 years ago. I know the IMF's focus on climate issues is unrecognizable from even 3 years ago, let alone longer. The IMF focus on climate is a surprise to some. Historically, we focused on issues of fiscal and monetary policy and balance of payments, and it's a testament to the size of the threat that we are looking at that truly I don't think any policy institution or private sector organization can afford not to be thinking about this issue. I think there's very good panelists, experts today that can talk to some of the specifics. I will aim to frame the discussion around financing. The IMF focus tends to be one of two areas. One is explicit policies related to the green transition, such as taxes. And the second is how other climate transition policies affect macroeconomic stability. The size of the transition that we are talking about is sufficiently large that there is no way that the issues of macroeconomic stability will not be affected. So let me start. A few slides that are a bit simple, perhaps, if you are very familiar with this topic, but I think it can be useful to frame. There are people that talk about the changes in the carbon intensity in the environment and say, listen, we've had warming and we've had cooling periods. This is nothing different than that. If you look at the chart on the left at the global atmospheric CO2 intensity, and it's important to look at the x-axis to see how long we're talking about. Indeed, carbon intensity fluctuated within a range for a very long period of time. What has happened in the last 200 years is unrecognizable. And there we see on the right, which is the developments on the temperature. Now, the scientists that focus on this have chosen that the best way to frame this debate is of the change in the average temperature from the pre-industrial average. And so this is the reason that there is so much focus on trying to avert an increase in the average temperature beyond 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial average. And what you see here is we are currently at 1.1 and on track for passing 1.5 quite soon. This is not to say that everything changes at 1.5, but the frequency of serious climactic events increases dramatically with small increases in the average temperature. I think that this is an important thing to focus on, is that when there is something with a normal distribution like weather events, a change in the midpoint of that normal distribution may not feel like a dramatic change, but all of a sudden that tail of that distribution is covering completely different types of events. So your serious climactic events can increase 20-fold. So now, again, keeping at this very general level, what is the policy framework that we're talking about? There are the direct policies that are trying to address climate transition, which is adaptation, really building resilience against climate change, mitigation, trying to slow climate change, and then just transition. And the reason that I emphasize this indirect part is the costs that emerge secondhand as a result, particularly of mitigation. And I think that this is very important to focus on, particularly in emerging markets and developing economies, where there's many people that are living in more marginal situations. So two broad comments about this framework. I mean, the first is that the large portion of costs for adaptation and mitigation in the period ahead are going to be borne by emerging markets and developing economies. So even if the majority of the carbon in the atmosphere to date has been produced by what are today's advanced economies, a lot of the costs going forward are in emerging markets and developing economies. And that's the reason now to the bottom, green finance, this is the need to pay for all of the above. And here, over half of the financing needs are going to have to go to emerging markets and developing economies. And it's important to understand the way that these different policies interact. So the faster you move on adaptation and mitigation, the higher the costs are for just transition, because there's more people that will be affected. Marginal groups or people that are overly exposed to carbon as a sector. So how do I think about green finance? I think in much of the discussion, green finance is really about private sector issuers of debt or equity. I like to think of the conversation a bit more broadly, to think about the financing needs of public and private sector. I think some estimates put it that private sector financing will probably need to be 3/4 of the total, but there is a role for the public sector. So the first, I think it's useful to start with something what we call above the line, which is basically tax revenue. The fact that the EU already has in place a carbon tax-like instrument in the form of the ETS is an important source of funding that can go towards climate events. The second, and several of these institutions are represented here, is public sector capital that can go towards both funding of the government and the private sector. And the third is what is more traditionally known as green finance, which is green labeled instruments for private recipients of finance. And here you have two common structures. You have one that's based around the use of the proceeds. So basically at the contract time, there's an agreement on both sides as to how it will be used. And the second is outcome based. The money can be used in any way the recipient deems fit, but there needs to be an outcome reached or there is some kind of financial penalty. So this is one perimeter around which to think about green finance. Now, what are the challenges that we see in doing green finance in emerging markets and developing economies? I mean, the first is that budgets are quite strained. So to the degree the government wanted to address this, it would be difficult to do in large part or on its own with fiscal resources. Now, in the EU, there is the added constraint of state aid policies, which prevents governments from doing too much in this respect. But again, particularly post-COVID, government fiscal resources are strained. The second is the shortage of available, bankable green projects. I think that it can be common to think that the only constraint is on the supply of financing, or depending on how you approach this, the supply of finance. But equally, there can be a problem with the demand of projects. So unless the projects are created, the financing does not have anywhere to go. This is a bit of, if you build it, they will come kind of an idea. And the third point, which is related, is that even if you have a project that is bankable and green, if it does not meet certain standards regarding the information architecture, it won't qualify for certain mandates from the investor side. The fourth point that you see consistently is consistently lower ESG scores in emerging markets and developing economies, which then results in a lower share of ESG allocations. One point that's not mentioned here, but I think is also important, is macroeconomic risk, whether accurately or inaccurately assessed, also results in much higher borrowing costs in emerging markets and developing economies for both public and private sector, and that also hurts green finance. So next, I'll just briefly discuss some of the recent developments in the private sector side of green finance. Now, the first is that we do see good momentum in the space of private sector entities issuing green and sustainably linked bonds. So you see here, this is mostly led by green bonds, and there has been a sharp increase in 2021. We also see this on the equity side, particularly the low carbon equity funds are rising quickly. And again, you see this both in emerging markets and advanced economies. So far, the advanced economies are getting the lion's share of this. But the concern is how this financing compares to the gap. So the orange in this is the gap based on the assessed need in mitigation. So the amount of progress we're making relative to the need is still very, very small. The top two bars are Central and Asia and Eastern Europe, which I understand is a bit of an excessive aggregate. And you also see this on adaptation. But one point that comes through in these two charts, I mean, previously I said that the lion's share of the costs and the need for action on mitigation and adaptation are in emerging markets and developing economies. One thing you see in these charts is that primarily refers to Asia, where you have particularly large emitters and you have particularly large countries that are exposed to climate effects. So I will wrap up by talking about a few priorities for where things can go from here on green finance. The first is making sure that governments use the ETS auction revenue that they are receiving to invest in climate projects. Right now, I mean, data is difficult to be precise about, but you still see disproportionate amount of fossil fuel subsidies, particularly in these countries in Central and Eastern Europe that have legacy brown assets. And fossil fuel subsidies are kind of like a negative green finance. So particularly in countries that you see here, where like Bulgaria and Poland, that have particularly large ETS revenues, it's important to use those well. Right now, 50% of those revenues are expected to be redirected into green projects, and that is rising over time. The second is to make sure that governments are meeting the milestones to receive the RRF funds that are made available to them for climate purposes. You see that these ranges from 1% of GDP to 4.5% of GDP. This, in the short run, this dwarfs what could be achieved via private markets in all likelihood in many countries. So this is a straightforward opportunity for governments to accelerate the mitigation effort, which is the bigger focus in this region. Third, I want to speak for a minute about what the IMF is doing in this space. So for the first time, the IMF has a long-term very concessional facility that is available for climate purposes. So the goal is to help countries. It doesn't have to be climate, but it's long-term challenges like climate change and pandemic resilience. The terms are shown here, and on the right, I show the countries that meet the income requirement to be eligible for this. Kosovo is the first country in Europe that has received such a loan, about 75 million euros in May. And one of the key requirements is that there is a standard IMF program that is in parallel. But this is financing that could also rapidly accelerate the green transition. Now, fourth, there's several of these institutions are represented here and can speak in more detail. But the scale of financing provided by the multilateral development banks is also increasing rapidly. But it's important to note that it's not just the direct investment in sustainable assets. It's also the catalyzing of co-financing, the advising of private sector clients, and the advising on a green policy framework at the national and local level. Fifth, and I referenced this briefly earlier, it's making sure that the information architecture exists. So again, I think what somebody was saying earlier, that if the financing is there, everything else will follow. The reality is, I know several green funds that have more capital than places to deploy it. So this is where the progress on the information architecture is so critical. Countries in the EU are fortunate that the EU has been so advanced in establishing standards in this area, but there is still a lot of work that needs to be done in distributing and enforcing those standards. And there's also 2 standards here that are outside of the EU, or 3. And then finally is the innovative financing structures. And I'll leave this to the others to address in more detail. But this is where there's a lot of opportunity to overcome some of the challenges in this particular type of financing. These challenges can come from currency risk or concerns about greenwashing, and there's innovative financial structures that the bankers here can detail that can overcome this. So I'll stop here. I think there's good reason to be encouraged by the scale of focus on this issue, the scale of capital that is available, but there is still a lot of work needed in setting up the projects to attract this capital. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gottlieb. Really great presentation with framing all the issues that we're going to discuss, and you really made a good concluding remarks on what are the challenges ahead. Indeed, the EU is at the forefront of a very huge social, economic, environmental transformation. But still, I have 2 questions which your presentation gave me opportunity to ask. You've well started with the pricing of the pollution or the tax that Europe and the world is collecting on emitting industry. And really quite a big progress has been made over the last 5 years. The pricing schemes, the tax is covering almost 25% of the sectors that emit, and they have almost doubled over the last 5 years. But still, do you believe it's really tougher regulation and penalties that are going to save the planet? This is my first question. And second, I believe you're very well posed as a representative of the IMF to answer this question. There are long-term consequences of the transition. It won't be cheap, it will be expensive, it will put burden, and it will bring other challenges. Specifically, it will put challenges to the investment industry of the region. From the global perspective and competitiveness, how do you think this might shift?
Yeah, on the first, is more needed. I would maybe make 3 points. I mean, the first is, I think it's very important not to be paralyzed by our concern. When you look at what we were on track for, or what the bigger concerns were, possibly that we were headed for 4 and 5 degrees above the pre-industrial average, we have made important progress relative to that. It is really important to underscore that collective action works and can put you on a different path. At the same time, as I noted at the beginning of the presentation, we're headed for probably something maybe above 2 degrees of warming above the pre-industrial average. And all signs are that that is a considerable deterioration relative to the current frequency of these climatic events. And it's not sufficient. So more is needed. Now, what does more is needed mean? I think it's 2 things. I mean, one is better distribution of the existing policies that we have. I think on information architecture, that's a good area. I think compliance with the information architecture required by the EU is still quite a burden, both for regulators and firms. So figuring out how to do that better is part of it, but that's something that's a policy that's already in place. And then second of all, we probably do need some mixture of higher carbon price and broader coverage of carbon tax schemes in order to incentivize faster moving. To say that we don't need more, it's hard to justify based on the current rate of emissions. If you just look at emissions during COVID and the rather limited progress that happened even though we were all stuck at home, it's a reminder of the scale of change needed. I think on the second point about competitiveness, I think this is worth taking very seriously. If there is a very asymmetric distribution of the impact on competitiveness, that will undermine the political sustainability of these types of climate reforms. Politicians simply will not be able to sustain a commitment to policies that puts an undue burden on their voters relative to neighboring countries or other countries of similar income levels. And I think there's 2 forms that this can happen. One is a higher carbon tax than a neighbor, which can push investment away. The second is higher subsidies in one country, which can pull investment away. And here, I don't think there's any silver bullet. There's simply no easy way around addressing this. And I think there's basically 2 key points. One, we need multilateral agreements on how we approach issues like subsidies and carbon taxes. So, for example, a global minimum on the floor on the price of carbon is an example, or a global agreement on how you approach issues of subsidies. And the second is a differentiated approach, such that countries with less income means have more of an ability to withstand the costs of this. And I don't see any real alternative to those 2.
Thank you very much, really, a lot of food for thought. I think we can have one more of our panelists talking before we break for the interview that we expect. I'll turn the floor to Lily Pavlova, which is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Госпожо Павлова, вчера излезе едно...
Yesterday, in an interview, you commented that the European Investment Bank is ready to increase its support for the green transition in Bulgaria. The bank has been stating its ambition to be a climate bank, and until 2050, the bank would like the European continent to be climate neutral. Could you please tell us how this would affect Bulgaria? What specific instruments can you think of using in Bulgaria? And you mentioned that this region is going to be more strongly affected by the climate challenges than other parts of the world. Thank you, Sophia. And first of all, good morning, everybody. I would like to begin with a big thank you to the organizers for yet another year. They succeed in making this event more and more attractive, but they turned it into a key platform to discuss such an important issue. This issue is more important than ever, not necessarily for positive reasons, but it has to be debated. So congratulations, you expanded the scope and covered the whole Central and Eastern Europe. As a representative of the European Climate Bank and Vice President, responsible for investments in the cohesion policies, cohesion regions in Central and Eastern Europe. This is an opportunity to have an interesting discussion on the needs and opportunities. Our first commitment as a climate bank is to support decarbonization and all green investments, €1 trillion until 2030. This commitment has been there from the very beginning, as soon as the Green Deal was launched. However, we live in a dynamic world, and there are crises chasing each other and accumulating their effect, their impact. So the negative impact of the war in Ukraine, the severing of supplies, the need to very quickly wean ourselves from the dependence on Russian gas, created a crisis, but it's also an opportunity, and we have to turn the defect into an effect. In Europe, we succeeded. The crisis accelerated investments in energy efficiency, green energy, etc. Naturally, it is important that these investments are long-term, that they're sustainable and sensible. This investment, this mobilization of resources is so important. Only last year, we invested more than 19 billion euro in green investments. On top of that, the initiative of the European Commission, the Repower EU plan, and we work as the key institution on that plan, we decided to add another 30 billion to the amount that was already earmarked for Repower EU. The plan is to involve private capital, commercial banks, and acquire sufficient resource from there, which would mean over 115 billion euro of investments, which is key for Europe. The second component of everything we are doing, naturally, is the component of innovation. We have to understand that no matter how much we achieved last year through the acceleration of investment in green energy, it's still not enough. The bitter truth is, and we all know it, if we want to achieve the goal of being carbon neutral by 2050, we have to invest in technologies, we have to invest in innovations, because the innovations that exist at the present day do not allow us to achieve this goal. So 50% of the technologies we need are in existence. The rest are either being developed or being tested, etc. And that is why the top priority for all of us, the public and private sector, for us, the funding institutions, is to focus on innovations, on technologies, in order to have the toolkit we need. I am truly very glad that the latest initiatives of the European Commission, within different formats, and what we do as a funding institution in innovation, digitalization, and support, helps everyone not only understand the need, but also does not let Europe fall behind. If you compare to the US and Asia, Europe is not necessarily the best or the fastest in promising or startup companies. And even if we succeed in doing that, the big problem in Europe is that as soon as these companies accelerate their operations, as soon as they have enough resources to develop, they don't have access to further resources, and then the innovators move on to the US. And that's why we have to have initiatives to keep these companies in the EU. You remember that President Macron announced the EU Startup Initiative. In our investment fund, we set up the European Tech Champions initiative, and we, as a funding institution, made contributions to this fund, and there are over 100 states which invest in it. We have 3.75 billion euro, which means we can invest into major funds in order to support European innovators and help them grow. You saw yesterday the proposal of the European Commission for the review of the multi-annual financial framework. In Europe, we like to use acronyms, and the latest one is STEP, that is the Sovereignty Fund. And again, this is an initiative where the European Investment Bank will be a key player. Once again, priority investments in deep tech, in technologies, in everything needed to have innovations and support for the green transition. And outside investment, direct investment through our financial intermediaries, direct equity investment, and so on. We, as financial institution, offer financial and technical support, which is free, and this support is needed in strategies and so on. So Elena for energy efficiency, Jasper for infrastructure, Target for green innovation, and so on. So we do have the toolkit. Lending, blending, advisory, as we call it. We can offer loans, we can brand the product, and of course we can give some assistance, some support to projects that would be bankable. Thank you very much, Lily. Indeed, you have a lot to tell us. We need to interrupt you in order to have our link with Commissioner Šefčovič.
So now we continue with a very special guest to our event, the Vice President of the European Commission and the Commissioner responsible for the interinstitutional relations and the foresight of the European Commission. Maroš Šefčovič is a highly experienced commissioner. He has been working for years in many, many areas, so there are no secrets inside the Commission for him. And I had the privilege to work with Vice President on a number of issues, from the Commission's work program to the Conference on the Future of Europe. Thank you very much for joining us today, Maroš. I know that Wednesday is a particularly busy day for the European Commission, for the College, so we highly appreciate your commitment and your participation. So I go directly to the first question, which will be, how will, in your opinion, the green transition change the economies, especially in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And first, good morning to all of you in Bulgaria. I saw how the room is crowded, and I had the chance to listen to your previous discussion of the panel, and I heard very impressive views, and I'm sure that you'll have excellent discussion. And thank you, Sergey, also for your kind words, which I can only reciprocate because we've been working on many files together. And of course, the green transition is one of the most challenging one, because from one side it's an enormous challenge, from other side it's a great opportunity. We've been working together also with Jerzy Buzek, the former Polish Prime Minister and President of the European Parliament, on the idea of the coal mining regions in transition, just to simply bring the new opportunity, new investment, and a new future to these coal regions. And I know that three of them are in Bulgaria. We probably can discuss them later. But here I would say it's a best amalgamation when you see how you can move from the economy so much linked with the past type of industrial development with a new one. So what are, I would say, such a features which we see across the EU member states? The first one is that over the last few years, we see the emergence of the completely new ecosystems. We are developing the batteries. We are developing the value chains for hydrogen, for heat pumps. Semiconductors became very precious commodity. You know how important solar and wind industry is for the European economy. And of course, all this is a huge opportunity if we manage to process it well, to keep the jobs high value added in Europe, and be sure that we would be the leaders, I would say, in these new segments of the world economy. On top of these new value chains and these new industries, I also have to underline the fact that almost every aspect of the current industry and economy will be affected by the green transition. So I'm not talking about this new type of productions like batteries or hydrogen. But let's look at cement. Let's look at steel. Let's look at, I would say, all kinds of typical manufacturing, which traditionally was always very energy incentive. And we see that they all have to go through very important transformation, not only because of the necessity to tackle climate change, but also because of the simply high energy prices we are still faced with in Europe. And clearly the energy efficiency and cheaper energy sources would be the key to success even in these sectors. And the last point, which I know is very, very close to your heart, is how the people feature in this huge transformation. I mean, in my answer to your question, and this time I would just focus on the new jobs and new skills. I mean, Europe will only preserve its typical, unique social model if it would manage to be focused on a high value economy. And high value economy you can only have if you have high skills in Europe. And the challenge here is enormous. I mean, when I was working on the European Battery Alliance, and I'm still leading this effort on the European level, we just calculated that already for 2025, which is in 2 years, this sector would need 800,000 new highly skilled people. So to approach this number, we had to found so-called European Battery Academy to help the industry and the member states actually meet, I would say, this challenge on the scarcity on the labor market and the new skills. And if I would talk about hydrogen, there is a need for almost 200,000 people. I would say every single part of this new economy of the 21st century would need hundreds of thousands of people, but they have to have these new skills. They have to be very well prepared. And I think this is how we have to adjust also our educational, vocational system, the training, lifelong learning, and all the schemes which have to be fine-tuned and adjusted to these new challenges. So to come back to your question, we clearly already see that there are new manufacturing processes, that this transformation will not live by any sector of the economy. And what we need is to focus on our people and on their skills.
Thank you very much, Vice President. As you underlined, actually the green transition policies of the European Union are policies of everything, because here in Sofia, for a second day, and we shall continue tomorrow as well, we are discussing not only the energy, which is the, in a way, traditional understanding of the green transition, but every sector from transport to agriculture to innovation and new technologies. So it's really very important, and we'll come back later on in our interview to the Battery Alliance, to the social aspects for sure. But yesterday we had a very interesting presentation by a very prominent Bulgarian scholar, Ivan Krstev, who presented a public opinion poll and a report by the European Council on Foreign Policy, which stated very interesting conclusions, including that actually people have very clear fears about the green transition, which they relate, unfortunately, to increase of the prices of energy and some other aspects, and insecurity in their jobs, but very vague hopes. So how do you think the message of the green transition is reaching the societies? Is it gaining enough support in different countries, and particularly from the perspective of Central and Eastern Europe? Do you see a different perception in the societies in Western Europe and in the societies of the countries of our region?
When you talk about these issues, you meet a lot of very prominent and very interesting people. And clearly, Ivan Krastev is one of the, I would say, most influential thinker. And therefore, I'm sure that he did very thorough research. A lot also would depend what questions do you ask, in what frame you present them. And when I had once the chance to discuss this issue with former governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was always telling me, you politicians, you make the mistakes, you are talking about CO2, you are talking about transitions, but what you need to talk about are the people. You have to address also their fears. Aren't you afraid what will happen with the generation of your children? Don't you see how the air pollution is having a dramatically negative effect on the health of the pupils in the school? Don't you see how our forests, our fields, our farms are affected by the pollution? Try to bring it to the level of the fears of the people that kind of meeting in a day-to-day lives. And I think that's something what I think we have to learn in Europe, how to bring it from the, let's say, technocratic schemes and opinion polls down to the, I would say, very concrete, tangible issues which are well understood by everyone because they faced it in their daily life. Despite the really, I would say, very complex political, economic, and social situation we go through in Europe because our economy still, didn't have a chance to take the lift off after the COVID-19 crisis, and immediately we've been dramatically affected by the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine, which of course led to dramatic increase of energy prices with all the spillover negative effects on all our economy, but especially energy intensive industries. Despite of all that, I mean, if you look at, let's say, our own polling done by the Eurobarometer, if you ask the people the questions, how do you see the climate change? So more than 90% see it as a serious problem, or 78% a very serious problem. So I think the people are really recognizing the fact that the climate change, the heat waves, the floods, the storms, the air pollution, that are very bad for them and very bad not only for the planet, but especially for the children. And therefore, I think particularly the young people are much more sensitive to this issue than the middle or old generation. But at the same time, I think what we are kind of not doing enough in our debate, and this is the topic we discussed a lot also together, how can we combine the message that we are doing our utmost to tackle the climate change with also the message that we are ready to shield the people, to protect them as much as possible, also from these ups and downs, sometimes negative aftershocks of the transition. What are we ready to do to help, let's say, the regions in transition from the coal mining into the new industry? How are we going to help the people who simply in their late 40s, 50s have to be retrained, or they lost the job? Where is, I would say, that strong message of social protection, of having it very clearly spelled out that the transition is not going to anywhere, or we would be part of it, or we would be taken over by other big economies, because everyone is moving, I would say, in that direction. But despite of all that, as a European social model is traditionally based on standing by the people, delivering the social policies, and preparing them for the change. And I think this is what needs to be amplified, definitely, I would say, in this time, and also in our future policies, because only in that case we would have that what I had to say until recently was strong privilege of the European Union, and strong privilege of the European politicians, that we could have said that if it comes to the public opinion support for our green and transition and climate policies, that actually we had the strongest public support in the world, if you compare it with the US, China, or any other place in the world. But to keep it like that, we have to work on the social dimension of the of the transition, and therefore I also wanted that our next strategic foresight report would be focused exactly on this theme.
Thank you very much. For sure, you are absolutely right that, I mean, climate changes, they are visible everywhere. This winter in Sofia, we almost didn't have snow. The temperatures were above 15 degrees centigrade. And then we skipped the spring, which was quite cold, much colder than in Brussels. However, there is also another element of strengthening the public support for the green transition, which is to show tangible, visible projects and results which are creating new jobs, new perspectives for development. So I would ask you, can you name and point to us some major green projects of the European Union which will change our region and help it transform and be more competitive?
If you allow me just to give you such two, I would say, very strong personal memories in this discussion. Actually, the first one was in Silesia in Poland, where I was coming just really in the midst of the discussion about the plan when the coal mines should be closed and what kind of new industry will be able to bring to the region. And the same, I have to say, when I was in Lausitz region and I had the discussion with Minister President of Burgenland, Dietmar Woidke. It was the same discussion. From one side, you absolutely feel with the people who've been working all their lives in such tough jobs like being the coal miner. That's the family tradition. These are very proud people working very hard all their life, and suddenly they're getting the message that there might be no so much need for the coal in the future, and that this transformation of economy will have to bring the new job. So as you can imagine, when I went to talk to the regional parliamentarians, I was expecting rather difficult, sometimes emotional discussion. And I have to say that I was very struck by the fact that it was the local representatives who told me, we want to work with you because we see that young people are leaving the regions, that they are complaining that the children have respiratory diseases, that the investors are avoiding our region. And I do not want to be the regional leader of depopulated cities, of empty villages, and of scarcely populated land. And that was when I understood that indeed this is where we should work together as a Europe, member states and the regions to make sure that we can bring the tangible projects into this region. Now, both Burgenland and Silesia and Katowice, they're boasting one of the biggest production of electric batteries. They are really focused on all these new type of economy projects, and actually they have lack of workers. I mean, that was the message I was getting when I met this year the representatives from these two regions. So they really managed to do this transition in a couple of years, because there is a huge demand for this new type of industry and for these new projects. And I have to say that if you look at our region as a Central and Eastern Europe, that we are actually doing much better than sometimes it's thought or perceived or appreciated. If you just look at the recovery and resilience facility, and I just listened to Liliana a minute ago. She was referring to this project. So only in this region there is like 8 billion euros already allocated for these projects. And I think that if I looked at Bulgaria's RRF plan, there are some 3 billion euros which are boosted or channeled to energy efficiency, to build up of renewables and energy storage infrastructure, just to improve how your electricity grid and networks are working, because that's a key for transition, because very soon everything will be electric, and for that we need to have a modern grid. If I look a little bit further on before I come back to Bulgaria, Hungary is today number one battery producer in Europe. So they build the quite a few gigafactories. They're really becoming a very important power. in battery manufacturing. I would say that Poland is close to Hungary, the second, but on top of it, they build huge recycling capacities, and they just secure very important investment in the field of semiconductors. And also Poland is becoming very important industrial power hub in these new economies. And my country, Slovakia, just got the quite important investment to build 500,000 heat pumps per year. And we know that how scarce commodity heat pump have become over the last year. And I have to say that I was very impressed by the project in your country, INNOV, because that's the project which was not easy to get funded, because it went through very fierce competition, because it was not funded by structural funds or by the funds pre-allocated or for Bulgaria or for cohesion countries. They went straight on to the competition among the top 27 researchers and the most advanced project, because they want to use Devnya cement plant and transform it in a way that actually CO2 from the production of cement would be pumped down under the seafloor in the depleted storages under the sea. And it's so innovative that it not only secure 190 million euros in funding, but it's, I would say, one of the few projects which made it through the competition from Central and Eastern Europe, where usually the Western European research institutes and very advanced companies are competing among themselves. So that's a big win. Congratulations, and I hope that more of such a high-quality project and companies will be so successful, be it from Bulgaria or from Central and Eastern Europe.
Thank you very much, Maros. For sure, you are one of the commissioners who is not locked in the Berlaymont building, but traveling all the time around the countries, meeting people, talking about concrete projects. I know that we are pressed by the time, because your schedule is tight, our conference is progressing as well, so I will probably merge the last two questions. You already mentioned the Battery Alliance. Bulgaria recently joined it. Could you tell a few words about the benefits of this project, how it will work in the future, and how Bulgaria can integrate better into this and benefit from this? And the other aspect you already mentioned about the social model of Europe, because we all understand that without the public support, the green transition will not be successful. This is why the European Commission, all the institutions are stressing now on the just transition. How do you think it can be delivered? Are there enough resources and policy tools to provide this support? And this will be probably the final question from me.
Thank you very much, Sergey. You're an excellent moderator. Not only you have a good questions, but looking at the clock, which is always very much appreciated. So I will also merge the answer for both questions. Indeed, the European Battery Alliance was a bit of an experiment. We clearly felt when I was responsible for the project, which was called Energy Union, focused on energy strategies, making sure that, for example, Bulgaria will have all the interconnectors for gas and electricity to make it even through the harsh conditions. And I think last year has proven us right that the investments we did at that time was absolutely right one. And in the end, and that acceleration which we have seen the last year actually helped Bulgaria to make it through otherwise very, very difficult energy security conditions. And really congratulations to that, because I know that it was a big challenge. But it was quite clear that, especially after the Dieselgate, the future of mobility is electric. And the sooner we jump on that technology, sooner we assume the leadership in developing, the better it will be for the car industry of Europe, which, as you know, is backbone of our economy. It employs 30 million people. It's the highest contributors to the research and innovation, and it generates quite important proportion of the European GDP. But of course, the development was not straightforward, and we actually had to create the battery industry in Europe from scratch, because it was almost totally dominated by Asian countries. So what we did was we talked a lot to the industry. Very soon we realized that we have to build the whole value chain from the extraction of the material, the refining, building of the battery cells, battery packs, then recycling and reuse of the battery. So we kind of grouped 800 companies which are now working in a battery alliance along, these different stages of the value chain, and then we focused on, I would say, the structural decisions. That clearly our major advantage is a single market. So we need to adopt a very smart regulation to promote the battery industry in Europe. This has happened, and as a result of this battery regulation is the fact that only the batteries with a digital passport, where clearly the carbon footprint, for example, would be marked and publicly accessible as information, that would clearly put, I would say, the European competitive sustainability to the high level, which would help us to compete with other competitors across the world. Then, of course, we needed to adjust also our competition policy, because simply this industry didn't exist in Europe. So we went through the use of so-called important projects of the European economy, so-called IPSAs, where, thanks to close cooperation with Margaret Vestager, we started with the two schemes, which in exchange of 6 billion of the state aid brought us 20 billion of investment. And that was the start, which brought huge investment into this sector, where we have currently 180 billion of private investment, more than 30 gigafactories is being built, and everything was going very well. I would say too well. So we became an example and attraction for others. And now I have to say we are faced with a fierce competition, which is represented by Inflation Reduction Act adopted in United States of America, where the subsidies go to unprecedented stratospheric levels. And of course, the Chinese operators who are using also the state funds to prop their production and also they products, and that's what we currently are looking at from the perspective of the exporting electric vehicles to Europe. So as I said, this world is different. The all big actors are competing in the same area, and we as a Europeans have to find the proper tools how to make sure that our industry is not only, let's say, protected, but prosperous and of course very competitive, because the competition is very very fierce. If you allow me to conclude with the second question on social dimension of all these efforts. In Bulgaria, you have 3 regions, which of course will have to go through this very demanding transition from the coal economy into the future: Stara Gora, Kustendil, and Pernik. And I know that your government is working on the Just Transition Fund plan, and I hope that it will be done very soon. At least this is the information we have, because this could be really a game changer for these regions, because we have good examples by which we could prove that it works. I was referring to Silesia, I was referring to Lausitz, and I can give you many more examples. So I would say that from the perspective of Central and Eastern European countries, and that's also challenging in my country, is how to use all that assistance which is coming from the European Union. My advice to all prime ministers and the ministers who are responsible for EU funds is let's have a kind of ironclad system where at least once a month the whole government sits and studies how the plans are executed, how the European funds are used, how much money is allocated, how much money is spent. So we would avoid the situation, which would be very difficult for many Central and Eastern European countries this year, that the N+3 rules, meaning that this is 3 years after the end of the previous financial perspective, which is total cut-off date, how this end of the year will be marked in accounting books of how much European money we didn't manage to spend in our countries. And I think that Currently, we are in the situation that we have old financial perspective, new financial perspective, next generation EU. So I know that from the management point of view, this is not easy, but at the same time, it's unprecedented offer from the EU to help these countries in transition. So I think we should really spend every single euro our country is getting for modernizing our country, from preparing them for the future, and to invest them as much as possible in the people to get the new skill. And I think that this is the European response we have, and we should also demonstrate to the net contributors that this money was well spent, that it transformed our economies, and it made Europe as a whole more competitive. Sergei, thank you very much for all the questions and for excellent moderating.
Thank you very much, Maros, for your very valuable and concrete contribution. Unfortunately, last year Bulgaria missed and lost irreversibly about 50 million euro from the money available for the Just Transition Fund. So there will be 6 ministers from the new government just elected participating in our forum. For sure, your advice will be delivered to them in order to do their job and to provide the regional plans in order to have the access to this unprecedented money. Thank you very much again. We hope that next year we'll see you not only live online on the screen, but also in person, because this is an annual conference, so you will be highly welcomed next year again. Good luck and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much and have a good conference. Bye-bye.
Госпожо Касидова, връщам ви микрофона.
Madam Kasidova, you have the microphone to continue with your important discussion with the panelists. Yes, this was a long break, but also very interesting, that gave us a lot of food for thought. I would like to go back to Ms. Pavlova, who is taking cue from the interview of the Commissioner. I know that we don't have enough time, but I just want to mention 3 things. Our investment outlook that we are doing of the European businesses. We have a benchmark as well with the US businesses, but it showed the following 3 elements. First of all, there is a growth by 10% of the companies who are ready, who are aware, and are actually investing in decarbonization and in the green transition. But this is only a small percentage of the companies in Europe, especially from the structural sector. Second, from the Eastern and Central European countries, Romania and Croatia are the countries where the companies are much more aware of the needs to invest in this sector. Unfortunately, Bulgaria ranks among the last in terms of business awareness. And the third element is the so-called benchmarking analysis. We compare the SMEs from Europe and from Central and Eastern Europe and the US SMEs. 2% of GDP in US are invested in decarbonization. And this is a huge opportunities for the businesses. For 3 reasons, the businesses believe they're unwilling to invest. First of all, this is insecurity in terms of funding availability, in terms of policies. So here is the role of the decision makers to constantly send consistent messages to prevent this chaos and to prevent investors get discouraged. Another thing that Vice President Šefčovič mentioned, the lack of workforce. So we need to channel targeted investments in that respect. And last but not least, the high prices of energy. By standard in our region, our productions are much more energy intensive. This is why the investments in decarbonization in Bulgaria are not made based on the funding available, the Just Transition, the Repower EU. We are not absorbing at the rate we need to be absorbing these funds. It was mentioned by the previous speakers that Bulgaria lost 50% last year of the funds it could have absorbed under the Recovery and Resilience Plan. I hope that in the coming years we're going to catch up. We have the first projects in the pipeline already concerning investments in the grid. Such investments are key if we would like to utilize the energy coming from the renewables. And the other standard instruments such as InvestEU, the European Solidarity Fund, etc. There is money available, but to end on a more positive note, at the moment, we are discussing 10 proposed projects coming from Central and Eastern Europe. 5 of these proposals are coming from Bulgaria. So once again, I repeat, there are huge potentials, there is funding available, and we need to make sure that the private and the public sector will get mobilized to use this money. Thank you, Ms. Pavlova, for outlining the challenges, the initiatives before the European Investment Bank as the Bank of Europe and the policies it implements for the purpose of the country's
banks. As I initially said at the beginning of the panel, we have representatives of the major development banks in the region. So they have a huge and important role to play. They have to help the government to coordinate, to prepare the pipeline of the projects, to help them to allocate the resources efficiently. They have to mobilize these ecosystems. And now I'll turn the floor to Mr. Alan Heriavets, who can tell us more about the policies, the instruments, the challenges that the Croatian Bank for Reconstruction and Development is facing. The bank has more than 30 years of successful history in restructuring the Croatian economies. I'm sure that you have a lot to do now for the Croatian business in this transition.
Yes, well, thank you, Sofia. First of all, I would like to greet all of you on behalf of Croatian Bank for Reconstruction and Development, HBR. I would like to congratulate the organizers for this wonderful event, and it's really a pleasure to be with you today here. As you mentioned, HBR has just recently celebrated 30th year's anniversary, and although the green and digital topic became one of the most important issues just in the last few years, actually HBR started its green activities something like 20 years ago. We were among the first financial institution on Croatian market which started with financing of renewable energy projects as well as energy efficiency projects. Development of these activities was largely supported by our partners, EIB as well as IBRD. In the last year, in the year of 2022, out of the total new credit commitments approved by HBR, 18% was dedicated to sustainable finance projects, be it in environmental protection, energy efficiency, or renewable energy sources. In 2020, we have adopted a new midterm business strategy within which we recognized green and digital transition of the national economy as one of our institution's strategic goals. In this business strategy, we defined 4 major pillars on which to build, and one of these pillars of these pillars is supporting transition of Croatian companies toward a low-carbon economy. Although COVID-19 pandemic and existing Ukraine and energy crisis directed our activities more in financing necessary liquidity, we did not neglect our strategy. So in the last few years, we have developed several new financing instruments and new financing products which are primarily focused on green and digital transition, both for local private as well as public sector. So HBR was one of the Croatian institutions which was involved in the development of local national recovery and resilience plan in order to enable stronger utilization as well as higher impact of available EU recovery and resilience facility funds. In cooperation with relevant ministries, HBR developed several new RRF financial instruments with very favorable terms available for entrepreneurs for both green and digital investments, for some specific geographic areas, as well as research development and innovation-based projects. We have developed loans for special targeted groups within which we can offer the terms for both private and public entities with loans up to €1 million with the interest rates as low as 0.8% and in some cases even 0.4%. And for those that are not covered with this loan program, we have developed interest rate subsidy programs. Within these programs, we can subsidize up to 75% of total interest costs for green transition projects for all entity sizes, including SMEs, large corporate, as well as public sector entities. And we started with the implementation of this subsidy program beginning of this year. Having in mind the global growth of the interest rates, these products should enable more favorable terms for green and digital projects, which should direct local entrepreneurs in environment and climate more sustainable direction when developing their projects. Besides this, also, we have developed guarantee products for large corporates in order to decrease the risk of financing new green transition activities. And in addition to this, in order to support the new generation of entrepreneurs, we are developing a new equity source of financing, also primarily oriented on sustainable companies and sustainable projects. We are doing this together with European Investment Fund. In general, green transition and climate change will probably have the strongest impacts on our future economy development in all areas, and this will be ranging from physical risks, reporting requirements, customer expectations, and products and services we would need to be offering and would be expected by our clients.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hrjavec. Really, you touched on very important problems, how to de-risk the investments in green, which is still considered by the private sector by and large as risky, and this is the role for the national promotional banks, how to incentivize the investors in green investments, in green products. This is also obviously a role for the development banking, and you gave ideas for some very good examples to follow. Thank you very much. By saying that, I'm turning now the floor to господин Цанко Рабоджиев, който е
I'm turning to Mr. Tsanko Arabajiv, who represents the only state-owned bank in Bulgaria. Mr. Arabajiv, we heard about the challenges, we heard about the infrastructure for green investments that needs to be developed. We heard that we need to invest in training people and building internal administrative capacity. My first question to you is, could you please tell us a bit more about the project implemented by the Bulgarian Development Bank and financed by the European Investment Bank? And a second, more provocative question. Do you think the Bulgarian Development Bank could become the green bank for the SMEs in Bulgaria by offering funding, consultations, and a whole range of financial instruments? Thank you, Sophia, for this question. Good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this important forum. It's very important to have such discussions in Bulgaria, and I'm really proud that Bulgaria is the host country for such a forum. I'm really impressed by the quality that you showcased this year in the discussions. Back to you, Sophia. The Bulgarian Development Bank can and is the Green Bank of Bulgaria, the Green Development Bank. We have one difficult but simple goal, namely to make sure that all the instruments discussed by the IFIs, the IMF, the EIB, the Commission, we need to make sure that these instruments will reach the SMEs in Bulgaria. The small family company in Montana or the entrepreneur in Varna should be able to use the green funding to develop their company. Having said that, we identified two major issues. They were stressed by Mr. Gottlieb in his presentation. First of all, we have insufficient number of green projects. Businesses are still not capable of designing adequate green projects. You mentioned the free-of-charge technical assistance by the EIB, and I would like to thank Vice President Pavlova for making this facility available. Through this technical assistance facility, we are building internal capacity, an entire framework for a sustainable finance. We are reviewing our policies, we are training our staff so that we can have the capacity to generate and evaluate such transition projects. And we do not stop here. We would like to become the hub capable of training the businesses how to achieve that, because I have the understanding that the businesses have lack of knowledge, and we need to be there to help them so that we can have more and more well-designed green projects that are eligible for funding, not just by us, but also by the commercial banks. The second issue that we have witnessed is the insufficient funding available. I can share with you what is it that we do with the assistance of the EIB. We are about to finalize a new agreement for loans amounting to 350 million. These are resources that are going to be available to the Bulgarian Development Bank in the coming month or two, so that we can include this instrument in our portfolio. Yes, indeed. At first glance, one would say there is sufficient funding available, but the market participants choose the projects with lowest risks and highest return. So this is a small number of projects. And in the end, we have to ask ourselves the question, who would be willing to fund the higher risk projects, the longer term projects? So which will be the institution that will bridge the gap between policies and the market? And this is where the Bulgarian Development Bank has a role to play by attracting private capital and by covering the risks that the other banks are not willing to cover, so that we can make sure that all good sustainable projects are funded and that we would be able to achieve our goals for climate neutrality. Thank you for that. I just wanted to add something. Last year at the same event, I announced that we were beginning our negotiations with the EIB on the technical assistance project, and we were only starting to discuss the possible funding going through the Bulgarian Development Bank. And now we are proud to report that this facility has been finalized, and next year I hope you will invite me again to report the progress which we have achieved with these instruments, which companies we supported, which projects we funded, so that we can demonstrate that we belong in this sector and that we are working hard to make the transition possible in Bulgaria. Thank you. You raised another interesting topic, the topic of considering ESGs to be an additional burden. We are going to discuss that later with Ms. Minteva, representing the commercial banks.
Monasterily, who is a representative of another great and very successful regional multilateral financial institution. And recently, just a month ago, Black Sea Trade and Development Bank hosted the Multilateral Financial Institutions Working Group on ESG standards. So I'm sure you can say how did it go and what were the findings. And the second very important issue is that we want to learn a bit more how you are going to implement your climate change strategy. You have to pay attention to the climate strategies of all your member state countries. So how do you comprise all the demands, all the goals, and what financial instruments you activate for achieving that?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks to organizers and to Mrs. Kasidova, our panel moderator, for inviting the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank to be part of this discussion. Our bank is a regional player, is a regional multilateral development institution, and is smaller than the other peer MDBs or sister MDBs, as we call them. But nevertheless, we are as well very strongly committed to apply environmental and social sustainability standards in our operational model and financial decision making. In terms of, we believe that MDBs play, as already was mentioned today, demonstration, catalytic, and mobilizing role, and therefore we really see ourselves at the forefront of leading the change in our region and encouraging our partner institutions and partner stakeholders to consider and invest more in green economy. In terms of cooperation between MDBs, and this was part the meeting which was mentioned by Sofia on ESGs, which was held by our bank in Thessaloniki a few weeks ago. It's part of the regular dialogue which MDBs are holding on various issues in this aspect. We're all going through learning curve. Many issues are faced for the first time So it's a platform where we share experience and where we learn from each other. It's also important to know that MDBs in the last years have been cooperating closely to develop some frameworks and standards or rules that would align the approaches, systems, methodologies of MDBs in screening, in reporting, financial disclosure about the ESGs. And this is an important step to align and harmonize these activities so that we speak the same language. And the stakeholders, whenever we disclose any data, understand how this data has been collected, what does this represent, and it also becomes a comparative benchmark between MDBs, but also it goes much further, covering the entire sector, in terms of understanding how the projects we finance or how the activities we do impact the targets and objectives which have been set in the Paris Agreement. In terms of our internal work, we are applying the ESGs in our own activities through amending and upgrading our own internal risk assessment so that ESG risks are also become part of the standard risk assessment for every project or every activity we do. For example, I can tell you about 3 stages where those risks are being assessed. So whenever any project comes to our desk or to any of our bankers for consideration, the first stage we assess the environmental risks and social risks which are present in the project at the very early stage. Then we try to quantify those risks and see what impact those risks would have through the operation, as well as see what options of mitigating the risks we can deploy. And also, in certain cases, we play the climate sensitivity scenarios to play for different scenarios which can take place, and what impact, what protection mitigants should be embedded in the projects so that the project goes well protected and with due care of environmental risks. Also, an important tool for us is carbon accounting. It's a disclosure of how much emissions have been saved through the projects we finance. Here we commit to the IFI framework for harmonized greenhouse gases emission, which was adopted by a group of leading IFIs. And it's a framework which sets some rules in terms of how we screen, how we measure, how we account, and how we disclose the emissions so that this data is consistent and comparative. In terms of approach when working with our clients, we are really taking a very holistic view in terms of encouraging our clients not only through offering them the products which have certain use of proceeds target, but also encouraging them to adjust their own systems to proper accounting of risks in this area. And we hope that through this engagement, and also, not only we are working with the partner institutions, but we also work with the stakeholders by engaging in dialogues on legal and regulatory changes that needs to be done in order to encourage and create supportive environment for green economy. So I think that will be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Risa. You also talked a bit about managing the ESGs and environmental and the green risk. We have a specialist here on our panel on industrial and ESG risk. So I'll turn the floor now to Mr. Patrick Darovsky as a representative of another big bank, big development bank in Europe. A bank that has more than 100 years of successful history and manages more than 46 billion in assets. Sustainability, Patrick, and green transition has been one of your key pillars in your current strategy? Again, I'm sure you have met a lot of challenges in the ESG area. Can you share with us how do you manage them? What has been your policies and instruments? And what recommendations you can do how to manage the ESG risk in the most transparent and easy way?
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here with you again, because I had the pleasure to be here last year, and we've undergone some changes at our bank, at the Polish State Development Bank, BGK. We worked for 2 years with the advisor. We obtained a grant from the EU Commission, so we worked with a consortium of 4 advisors. And we've developed certain methodologies, policies, questionnaires, but also organizational changes. And it is a challenge for financial institutions to work on all of that and introduce it effectively. So what we've done, because we've finished our project already in March this year, and starting from January this year, we have introduced a questionnaire, ESG questionnaire, to our clients. We are asking from 40 up to 60 questions, depending on the sector our client operates in. Based on those answers, we are assessing the ESG risk. It is incorporated into our credit process. We are preparing opinions, and we have set up a separate team of 8 people, also engineers, assessing the ESG risks of particular transaction and the client. That's one thing. We are also prepared for the disclosures. We have prepared the first report on disclosures under Pillar 3 as required by the European Banking Authority. We have also prepared our first integrated report, where you can find a lot of non-financial information. It was also assessed by the external auditor. So in terms of organizational structure, we have set up a separate team. We have also set up an ESG committee. We have a chief ESG leader at the level of a management board member, and we are discussing all the sustainability and ESG aspects in this committee. So these are the changes, but we've also come up with some internal procedures and methodologies in relation to granting ESG rating to particular transactions. Of course, it will be still developed further. The challenges I see in the market is that different banks are presenting different questionnaires to the customers, so it requires standardization and unification, and I think it will happen at some point. So this is the process. We as a banking institutions are in the process, but we have already started it. What is very important is to build awareness between our clients, and large companies can do it easily. They are prepared, they have appropriate skills already, but the challenge is small and medium enterprises, and we as a development bank, we are engaged in teaching them what the sustainability and ESG factors are really about. And the other group, which also require building awareness, is the municipalities. I think that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I have another question, but I'll come back to you later. Now we're going deeper into how banks in fact manage the green transition and the whole ESG framework, and how they communicate and work together with the business. Because let's be frank, without the private sector and the businesses, this transition cannot happen. And с тази така препратка.
So having said that, I think we have the opportunity to hear Ms. Mincheva. What does the private banking sector think on that? UniCredit Bank is a huge institution. It's a European institution. You were one of the large banks which built an integrated ESG evaluation system. You prepared for the green transition. So how are you collecting the data? How do you work with your clients?
Thank you, Sophia. Good morning, everyone. I will start by saying that I was inspired by what the Vice President said. When we discuss about green transition, we need to talk about people. Are you sensitive to the temperature changes? How many of you were unhappy with the rains last week? 3 out of 5 evenings I had to spend draining my basement. So this will happen more and more often to all of us, and temperature increases will continue unless we do something about it. So when we speak about green transition, it's very much personal. I would like to quote an author who impressed me recently, who discusses how companies could become sustainable, Nicholas Nassim Taleb. Probably you have heard of him. To be successful, companies should take it personally. They should have a skin in the game. And this is the way forward so that we can join efforts and make the green transition happen. The challenge before commercial banks is huge, and the previous panelists touched upon that. What is it that we did at UniCredit Bull Bank? We are part of a big holding group, and we have the opportunity to take the best practices from the other markets where our bank is present. And we are doing that because there are many markets where the progress is much greater, where there is availability of big number of green projects. For instance, in Central and Eastern Europe, our bank has issued green bonds in the Czech Republic, in Romania. I hope that there will be such an issue in Bulgaria soon as well. We are expecting to see projects in the pipeline. Before we discuss the funding, let me tell you what we did about the people here in Bulgaria. We started by raising awareness so that people can know what we are talking about. Green projects are nothing new, at least not for us, at least not for the banks, but not in this scale. So when we started discussing ESGs and how important it was to make sure that the transition is fair and is conducted in the right way, then we started training our people from top down. First of all, our managing board attended a series of trainings on the topic so that we can get familiarized. What is it that our regulators demand from us? What is the role that will be expected from the banks to play, so that we can later raise the awareness of the general public. After that, together with the Sofia University, who became our partners, we set up the first certified ESG academy. All the board members participated in the training courses there, together with the colleagues from the bank who were very much willing to participate, to acquire new skills, to expand their knowledge. As a second step, we included all staff members in the courses in this academy, and last year all of our over 4,000 strong staff attended at least one course on ESG. We in the banks know how to introduce new rules. It is not the first time that we have been required to monitor data, to analyze data, to exert control. We know how to do that. But because we take ESG very seriously, our objective was to to implement this in our operations. Rather than have a separate division on ESG, we made that part of our business to help our clients go the long way of their transitions. Last year, we launched the first green mortgage. It was not very successful because we have raised the issue that we do not have enough data concerning the energy efficiency of buildings, etc. Then we introduced the green car leasing. We look at this transition from two aspects. One aspect is the aspect of the organization. Our organization has the commitment to become carbon neutral by 2030. We remove all plastics from our offices. This wasn't easy at all. I was the first person in our office to install water dispensers 5 years ago and to remove all the bottles. And the feedback from the staff or from the clients was, is the bank so poor that they cannot offer us a glass of water? But we did go through that. Raising awareness among the employees was not easy, but we have reduced by 30% the energy consumption in our offices in the past 3 years. There is still room for improvement, but we are headed in the right direction. And to finish off, I would like to mention the most important role of the banks, namely to help their clients go through this transition. There are some of our customers who have achieved a lot of progress, but the average customer is still not aware. 4.9 billion were the investments or the allocations of UniCredit Group in green projects, in projects dedicated to the green transition. But in order for us to be able to reach out to everyone, to the small companies included, we need to join efforts, all the players that are present here. And we need to work together through policies, through measures, through instruments, helping people to go in the right direction. Thank you, Sofia, for your question. Thank you, Tsveti. You ended on a positive note and very convincing, coming from the mouth of a representative of one of the biggest banking groups in Europe and in Bulgaria inclusive. We heard from different institutions today, institutions setting the policies, setting instruments to implement these policies. And our discussion will not be finalized unless we give the floor to yet another player, Ms. Dankinova, who represents the Flag Fund, very positive tool for the municipalities in Bulgaria. You have achieved a lot of progress in structuring green businesses and instruments for supporting them. You work in conjunction with many other institutions, so I'll be happy to hear from you. Thank you, Sofia. It is my great pleasure to be part of this forum once again. We have witnessed how it developed over time. And because we don't have time at all, I would like to focus on something that our fund, the only public instrument available, the only public financial institution that has been supporting local authorities in the past 15 years. In recent years, we also started investing in private projects through the urban development funds. We won a project funded by the LIFE program of the European Commission, and based on that, we are now designing a green transformation instrument that will use the technical assistance from LIFE to work towards enhancing internal administrative capacity, the evaluation capacity, and to offer technical assistance for project preparation. These are several things that are key, in my opinion, and that will help us quickly thread the road towards green transformation, overcome the delays, and catch up. So we need to train the people, we need to put in place evaluation systems that are simplified, we need to raise the capacity for project preparation. Based on our experience, our ultimate goal should be to reach out to the smallest companies, because the big corporations do have internal capacity. So in order for us to be successful on the road to green transformation, we need to support the SMEs, the public investors, the people themselves. This is an area where we're lagging seriously behind, and we need to find the best possible mechanisms to reach out to the SMEs, to the public sector. And in conclusion, my appeal to all of us would be to join efforts, because we can be successful if we try to do it together. All of us representing the different institutions, all of you who are sitting in the room, and all of you who are listening to us online. There is no meaning in trying to compete. If FLAG is a successful funding model and a successful sustainable development model, this is due to the fact that we work in partnership. All the people represented here, all the people sitting at this table are our partners. We have been partners with UniCredit, Bull Bank, with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, with the European Commission. We also receive funding from 4 other big Bulgarian banks. And my message here is, let's go along this road together. We need to set a goal for ourselves. It needs to be clear. Each company should have a clear goal, compliant with the joint national goal. Once we have set the goal, we need to go along the road to achieve this goal together, because good company is very important in a journey. The experience that has been accumulated in Bulgaria in institutions such as ours, and they are numerous, the experience and the capacity of the private companies that we have supported should be utilized, should be multiplied, and only then we can achieve the ultimate goal. Thank you. We are wrapping up our panel. I would like to say a few words. Dear audience, dear panelists, I think this was a very fruitful discussion, and if you leave here with more ideas, with more takeaways, it will be great. We have the goal, we have set the goal, but we need to do something about overcoming or preventing climate catastrophe, because otherwise we will pay dearly. And the more we postpone the measures, the more the risks are growing and the bigger the price we will have to pay. So all these gamut of financial institutions, all this host of financial institutions represented here should join efforts to offer adequate instruments to facilitate the transition. Challenges, we are well aware of them. There are difficulties, but by joining efforts, we can overcome them. Green transition does need funding. Funding is available, national, international, European. So let's unleash our entrepreneurial and creative potential and implement all these green projects that we can find financing for. Thank you.
despite the fact that this is the second day and the second panel of this highly interesting event. If we are ready, we can perhaps begin. We are only waiting for the connection with Ms. Zanova, because she will be online. She is in Brussels at the moment. So let us begin talking about the ESG investments in a sustainable future. This is not a new topic. This is no news. It's no news that we are investing or that we are looking for sustainable investments, and there are environmental, social, and economic aspects of this sustainability. How to achieve that, however, is not easy, and at least for 3 years, we have been trying to find an answer to the question not why, but how to achieve this sustainability and still lean on all our 3 pillars and help us overcome challenges we're faced with. As you know, the challenges are becoming more and more comprehensive, starting with climate and all the way to social inequality. There are various challenges indeed. And we can now review what we have achieved so far. So I'd like to ask our first speakers to review not only what we have done globally, but also what we have done here in Bulgaria. We have started working on various initiatives. We are also holding parallel sessions because there's so much to discuss that we have increased now the number of our sessions in order to discuss issues and find perhaps ideas we can borrow. You may have noticed in the program that we have representatives of all the stakeholders. It's seldom that we have representatives of the public sector, the civil society organizations, investors, business, and accompanying industries which help us move forward faster and smarter. It is a great pleasure for me to moderate this discussion. You are all welcome if you have questions, if there are any burning questions, that is, to do that. If not, I hope that in the break after the end of the panel, we will continue discussing these issues in a less formal setting. The panelists today are Ms. Iliana Tsanova, our first participant, Deputy Director General of the DG Budget at the European Commission, then Ms. Sasha Bezukhanova, founder of Move BG, then Ms. Desislava Semyonova, leader of the Sustainable Financing Program in KBC Group, and Executive Director within Banking for SMEs. Then we'll hear Mr. Elvin Guri, Executive Director of Invenue Partners, entrepreneur and investor. We'll have the opportunity to hear what the plans for the future or achievements are. Colleagues from the industry, Mr. Svetoslav Lyubomirov, Chief Executive Officer of Glav Bulgarstroy Holding, Ms. Galia Georgieva, Director of Eurohold, Ms. Manastirska, Manager Sustainable Development and Quality in Devin, EAD, that it's important to see how the development of technology is making progress, and this is the topic for Mr. Kobi Friedman, Executive Director, Findings Co., and Ms. Carolina de Avila, Consultant on ESG. I can't wait for the beginning, and my first question is addressed to Ms. Zanova. You are sitting in Brussels, and your horizon is much broader. How does the situation look at the European level?
И благодаря на организаторите за възможността да участвам в този.
Thank you for the opportunity to take part in such an important event. I would love to share with you what the role of the European Union is in providing incentives in this process of climate transition. I truly regret I can't be with you in person. I know so many colleagues and friends in your audience. I would love to discuss this topic with you in a less formal sitting. But anyway, that's how the situation is at the moment. So how does what we do affect the climate transition? We can say without an exaggeration that for more than a decade, the European Union has been a leader in funding the climate transition. We use our own budget for that. We develop policies and regulations, and the European Union recently became one of the leading issuers of green bonds. So in 2019, Europe took a very bold step by declaring it aims at becoming the global leader in a sustainable economy. And of course, this was launched. This was the year when the Green Deal was launched, and the long-term strategy for the development and growth in Europe set up the goal of decreasing emissions by 55% by 2050. You mentioned at the very beginning that there are serious challenges ahead. To say the least, the technologies we use today are not enough to achieve these goals. We need a technological transition, not only in the energy sector, but in other sectors too. That is in transport, industry, agriculture, the various services, utilities, and so on. So we do need the financial support for that to achieve this sustainability. In other words, both private and public funding is key. For that reason, the European Union, even before the Green Deal, set up a common standard for the economic activities, which contribute to this transition, what we call the taxonomy, and then we launched some standards for reporting concerning banks and financial markets. In other words, their involvement in achieving the climate goals. Moreover, recently the European Union improved the standard for green bonds. This is another important step towards creating a deeper, more liquid market, providing long-term funding within the EU. Thus, we want to use the full potential of capital markets from both the public and the private sector. In both the public and the private sector, there should be possibilities to benefit from that. And it's important also perhaps to share that in the budget for 2020, after the COVID crisis, the European Union negotiated the largest financial package in history, amounting to about 2 billion euro. And the commitment was that at least 30% would be earmarked for fighting climate change. This makes 605 million euro. This is the largest package so far, 3 times higher than what we invested in the various transition period. It may be worthwhile mentioning how the European budget supports the transition. I represent DG Budget, and I have access to this information. 3 key mechanisms should be mentioned, perhaps. The first one is the mechanism of resilience and recovery. It is being implemented by the member states through their recovery plans. Bulgaria has its own plan as well. When this facility was approved, the requirement was that at least 37% of these funds would go to what we call green investment. Many countries, by the way, exceeded this goal, and they spend more than 40% on green investment. And if these plans are implemented in full and until 2026, 150 billion euro just from this mechanism would be green investment. In other words, this investment will be funded through European green bonds. Thanks to this facility, which indeed became the key tool to fund the Green Deal, we accelerated our activities in funding the climate transition. At the moment, we have 26 plans we're working on. We have issued 44 billion euros worth in green bonds so far. For us, the key requirement is to lead by example. That is, we regularly provide data on how we use this resource to support investors in the entire community. In other words, how they comply with the taxonomy. And this is key. The first report came out in December of last year. And so far, 56% of the projects aim at clean transport and infrastructure, and the rest goes to energy efficiency. The second facility are the structure and cohesion funds. They are highly important to achieve climate neutrality in all cities and regions of the EU. The entire budget will support projects worth 100 billion euros in this manner. And these projects should be supported through the goals of the national plans in the energy and climate section for each member state. In other words, a large number of projects, be it cyclist lane, energy capacity, should contribute to a greener economy. And the third and very important mechanism is the mechanism of a fair transition. It would utilize about 75 billion euro. It aims at providing support to the most vulnerable regions which are most dependent on very polluting technologies and where the transition towards climate neutrality would come at a higher cost. Not all member states, all regions and cities in the EU begin this process at the same starting point. And that is why this fund for just transition will be implemented at the local level through business, will be focused on these member states. The fund aims at making this transition more successful, more shared, if you wish. We should also say that the economic impact will be different for the sectors which are being phased out and the sectors which are just being transformed. We must focus on national and local systems which provide incentives to digitization, to entrepreneurship, so that these sectors would be more active in the economy of the respective regions. So investment in innovation and research is key. The more innovation in all economic sectors, the better economic results we would be able to reach. And finally, a few words as to what all that means for Bulgaria. This means about 30 billion, or 40% of the GDP, which can be invested in the Bulgarian economy through the different tools through the different facilities of the European Union. So there are opportunities, but they should be used on a timely and sensible basis. We understand that our situation is difficult. The war in Ukraine, the disrupted supply chain. This all affects our economic growth, alongside the ongoing economic crisis, which is now starting to ebb away slowly. But of course, all that has an impact on the economic life of Bulgaria. So the sooner the recovery plan and the OP start being implemented in Bulgaria, the more actively we will decrease the shock on our economy, and we would be able to faster restructure our economies. Regardless of these challenges, Bulgaria should not fall behind when it comes to the general trend, because investments, including investments in infrastructure, are key to providing sustainability to the energy sector. Bulgaria and the business community should benefit. The plan for recovery could be reviewed. The Repower EU facility should also be made the most of. It was recently adopted, and our goal to be an energy independent country, independent of fossil fuel from Russia, could be achieved. So there are a lot of opportunities, and we need to make the most of these opportunities and not miss this chance. I'll stop at that, and allow me to thank you for the attention. I hope that together we will successfully traverse the path to a successful economy. It is not going to be easy, but the direction is clear, and I'm sure we'll make it. Thank you.
Maybe you can hear the applause from the audience. I would like to thank you for this detailed framework that you outlined. You also identified the opportunities for Bulgaria. For me, it is important to continue this discussion from the standpoint of the national perspective, because we all have our specific challenges. You mentioned the political crisis, but I know, based on experience, that there are a number of stakeholders in Bulgaria who managed during this time to accumulate our joint energy and set our joint goals. And I would like to pass over to Ms. Sasha Bezukhanova to tell us a bit more about the starting point that we have, and it's not down to zero. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy that we have this large forum in Bulgaria. In its different panels, it touches upon a number of aspects relating to green transformation, a topic we have been working actively on for the past 3 years and more. We are here because we are all convinced that climate change and the critical loss of natural resources did fundamentally change the agenda of the politicians, of scientists, of the society. And the fact that today we are discussing a common standard for measuring not the financial outputs of its operations, but rather other aspects. This is a new level of our maturity in understanding what are the actual aspects through which we need to measure our business progress. This is the next step in raising the awareness of the humanity that, together with the financial indicators based on business strategies and accounting standards, we are now introducing new standards to measure the impact that we have on nature and on the life of society. This is what ESG is all about for me. In this context, we need to have the right optics and see the ESG standards not as just another burden, but as an actual instrument for competitiveness in the long run, for the sake of our businesses, our societies, our nations. I have several facts to quote in support of that. 67% of the companies that have already introduced ESG reporting and that have ambitious climate goals for themselves have achieved higher return on the investments by 67%. Also, we are following a trend about the flows of private money. There are 300 funds that jointly manage 55 trillion euro. These funds have committed to jointly invest in green companies in the coming 5 years. And by 2050, the portfolio of the companies they have invested in should be carbon neutral. 94% of consumers say they are much more loyal to companies that measure their impacts on society and on the environment. I'm mentioning all this because in Bulgaria we're still hesitant what ESG is all about. Unfortunately, the European programs that Ilyana Tsanova spoke about very convincingly, providing us with arguments how they contribute to a smooth climate transition. These programs are somehow mechanically copied in Bulgaria, and there is no sufficient public debate initiated by the government on the benefits of introducing ESG standards. We lack the Bulgarian interpretation about the value added of the ESGs for the Bulgarian businesses. All this in combination with lack of understanding that green development is the way forward towards economic and personal prosperity and towards a better standard of living. 3 years ago, we set up the Green Restart Coalition, associating the digital entrepreneurs, researchers, and green experts, green-minded organizations. Usually, these are separate worlds, and we put them together at the same table. And thanks to our collective intellect, we designed and published a holistic program on the green transformation in Bulgaria. The task force consisted of over 50 experts, one of them being Marina Stefan over here. These experts had different profiles, including bankers, and we formulated the prospects for the green transformation in Bulgaria and the roadmap, so to speak. We published it. We tried to involve the central and local government in this debate. As part of our coalition, we developed a brand new governance framework focusing on how we can ensure the green transformation at governance level in Bulgaria. We did so by studying in detail the European experience in countries such as Germany, Spain, Italy, where we know that a lot of bold transformations have been put in place. We have new proposals on the structure of parliamentary committees, for instance, that will have to work on drafting the amendments to the legislation in order to ensure that Bulgaria meets its goals under the RRF and RRP and the green transition in general. So this is the principle that we follow in our work. We get together high-quality experts, and believe me, there are numerous people with vast expertise, because today we speak about ESG practices, but this is just one of the components that is meaningful and that needs to be understood and supported and implemented, so that we can produce the change we aim at achieving. There are numerous other elements, however, and this forum is the venue where we are discussing them. What else did we do? As part of a Green Finance and Energy Center, a think tank for sustainable finance and energy, that was set up 2 years ago at the initiative of the Bulgarian Stock Exchange. I am one of the co-founders. There, this body implemented guidance on the application of the ESG standards. Another platform was set up called Oxygen to provide the software tool for measurement and easy implementation of the ESG reporting in the companies. This platform, this system is made available to the Bulgarian businesses in Bulgarian language. The Green Center also organized numerous trainings on ESG for businesses with participation of the financial institutions. So we had this grassroots approach, and we set up a very broad and pragmatic platform that gives us the big picture on the one hand, the interrelated policies, initiatives, investments that are necessary. And in this line of thought, I can tell you that we also wrote a textbook on the future history of Bulgaria, showing how Bulgaria will develop in the coming 30 years if specific policies and initiatives are being implemented today. And this was a communication instrument used for this campaign to explain this more or less boring topic. So we have the tools available, but what is a big challenge in Bulgaria, first because of the long-term political crisis, we lack a governance framework to ensure a strategy for the efficient implementation of the ESG standards on the one hand, and on the other to set up a mechanism for implementing this strategy. We also need to provide an efficient and good communication campaign to reach out not just to the businesses that are already obliged to report under the ESG. These are the publicly listed companies with over 500 employees, but to reach out to everyone in Bulgaria, not simply to meet the European requirements, but because the ESG standards are becoming the rule. They are a common requirement set by our foreign partners who have committed to reduce their carbon footprint and expect the same from their supply chain, because everyone has a role to play. So this is an urgent task. It's an important task. We have the toolkit available, and we would like to see a commitment on behalf of the government so that we can quickly implement these tools in practice. This we say catch the bull by the horn in Bulgarian. So you have a very pragmatic approach. A lot of the instruments are available in the private sector, in the financial sector. The leading Bulgarian banks paved the way. They have started working with the big corporations, but also with SMEs. And whom better to discuss this topic with than with the representatives with the commercial banks? What is the role of the banks in this endeavor? And you are a leading international bank. What's your take on the topic of ESG? What's the take of the United Bulgarian Bank? Thank you, Marina, for this opportunity to share with you how we see the role of the banks and the financial institutions in the context of ESG. If I have to give you one word, I believe this role is key. Being part of a big international group, I would say I'm proud. This is one of the main pillars in our group's strategy. We have never considered ESG just another regulation or obligation for data collection. Our general manager from Belgium visited us recently, and he gave us a pragmatic example that he did not report to the risk director in the group, but he reported to the CEO, and this shows the importance that our group attaches to this topic. It is only logical for banks to provide funding and access to financial instruments. But against the backdrop of ESGs, I would like to say that we have also an awareness raising and consultancy role to play. You mentioned at the beginning that we have provided an answer to the question why, and now we have to answer the question how. And we are still listing the arguments why. And this goes through our employees. They are our ambassadors, the people who help us reach out to the end customers. We are towards the end of the third edition of our ESG Academy that we have organized internally thanks to the support by the Sofia University, the economic department there. The participants in the ESG Academy are not simply the people who are in direct contact with the businesses. They are attending this academy to be capable of offering to the businesses the arguments why the businesses need to measure correctly their footprint, why they need to be more efficient. It's not just this aspect that we are trying to achieve. People from our other units also attend the academy. We identified people among our employees who are naturally attracted to this topic, and we realized that the more people among our team are well aware of this topic, the easier it will be for us to answer the question how and what we need to implement. The ESG topic is a crossroads of a kind. on the one hand, we have the scientific community that will provide us with the exact metric, what to measure and why. If somebody is asking or was asking themselves the question why they studied chemistry at school, probably this is the reason why. This is one of the answers. We also provide a bridge to the fintech companies that help us work out the calculators, the instruments that we can provide to our clients so that they can calculate their footprint. So we are looking forward to the active involvement of the public sector because our efforts are not enough. We are trying to motivate the businesses and the people through offering preferences or preferable interest rates, but we also need incentives provided by the public sector to get more people interesting, for instance, in retrofitting their buildings, making them more environmentally friendly. We would like to find a reason for each and every one of our customers to get involved. Big customers, big corporations are well prepared, but their suppliers, very often SMEs, are not yet ready to implement these regulations. They believe that they're quite distant in time, but they are soon to realize that they will have to report on these elements. This is why we're making sure that our employees are well prepared to explain to our customers the why part. We have also a hub, a partnership program. 24 companies have been involved in this program already. And we are trying to link our customers to companies that can provide them with an overall concept for transformation. Another instrument that the United Bulgarian Bank is very proud of is our agri-calculator. It is available on our web page, and a farmer, no matter whether they are a customer of the bank or not, they can, based on simple data, calculate their carbon footprint, and the system would produce them a report on how to improve their footprint. We did some analysis. For instance, if you change your practices, your agricultural practices and your practices in using fertilizers. For instance, if you reduce the use of fertilizers by 10%, then your footprint will be reduced by 6%. So instruments, tools are available, and through them we can be very useful to the businesses, because a bank is as successful as their customers are. Recently, we handed awards for green products and sustainable practices. Among our prize winners were Flamables, Glav Bulgarstroj. Flamables is a very innovative product, pea-based product. Peas is the plant with negative carbon footprint because they absorb nitrogen from the air. And based on these plants, they produce a protein that replaces meat-based protein and is used in food processing. Thank you very much.
I knew we were coming to the question how the industry would present their solutions, and they are indeed inspiring. As we heard already, you have already gone far beyond compliance and beyond the operations of a bank, which only goes through certain papers to approve a loan. Of course, businesses are even more active. They want a good rate of return. They invest their resources. So let us hear Mr. Guri. He's the executive director of such a fund. Which are the most important components of the ESG formula, and how can we implement them? Thank you, Ms. Stefanova. I do not like to use foreign words when speaking in Bulgarian. However, I have to admit that the terminology in Bulgarian is not very familiar to me, so I hope you will understand that I prefer to speak English.
For ESG, both in the understanding of principles and in their application. There is, I think, a raging debate today in the world about what ESG means and how it should be applied, to the point that it has become part of culture wars between the woke and the conservatives. On a more sort of philosophical level, on one hand, and we started out this ESG road from a point of view of compliance, how to include ESG considerations in our investment process. Inputs, in other words. Increasingly, though, there's a realization in the world that ESG principles should be seen as end results, something that we should aspire to. Therefore, as businesses, we should internalize ESG principles to the point that we start looking and making investments so that we deliver on certain requirements. Now, this journey from compliance to ESG is simply good business is uneven, is problematic, and it leaves lots and lots of room for both manipulation and also acting as a straitjacket. For instance, if you are a large foreign investor in Albania and claim that you are using 100% renewable energy in a country where 100% of energy is renewable, you are not trying very hard. And on the other hand, if as an investor, I am buying a professional services company and my investors insist that I fill in a environmental due diligence questionnaire, you're wasting my time. In this process, there is plenty of room for interpretation, also because some of the ESG standards, notably the S and the G, sometimes it's not very well measured. Now, on the environmental side, we know very clearly what needs to be done, thanks to a very large extent also to the educational and disciplining effect that bodies like the European Community, European Investment Bank, and other development financial institutions have had. But when it comes to the S and the G, application in the business, I feel that you cannot have a cookie-cutter approach. It is both country-specific and industry-specific. I think that one of the biggest sort of successes in both the governance and the social responsibility standards application has been the Nordics' policy of putting quotas for women's participation in large company boards. I think this is something that we should be considering also in Bulgaria and in the region. And it shouldn't be simply because other people are doing it. I think it's high time to realize that women are simply better than men, as the composition of this panel also suggests. Now, it's only half a joke, this thing. When it comes to the application of these principles in the country, we have on one hand the issue that the country, as also Sasha mentioned, and the government and the politicians are not trying that hard. But on the other hand, also the industry is not trying that hard. Applying ESG principles sort of intellectually, adeptly, and well, and creatively, you should start by simply applying the law. In this country, 30–40% of the economy is in the gray area. If you don't pay salaries properly, if you don't pay social securities properly, what kind of social responsibility are you having? I remember investing in a couple of companies a few years back, where a large number of their employees were coming from a very disadvantaged and undereducated part of the Bulgarian population. In one of the companies that we acquired, these employees were simply called tsigankite. In another company that we acquired, I wouldn't even go there and mention what they and share how they were called. And clearly, they weren't paid properly, and Social Security wasn't paid properly. Simply by starting to change this sort of practice, we are applying ESG. How do you get to the point that you make this part of your business? By realizing that even by applying these standards, it's actually good business for you. We put ourselves at a very distinct disadvantage in services sector by applying strictly the law, by paying social security, salaries, VAT on time and properly, at a time when the rest of the industry was not doing it. Even so, it forced us to become better by trying to find other ways and means of being competitive. That's what I think ESG means, and how to apply it creatively and well in a country like Bulgaria, or in a region like Southeast Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this rather sober and sobering view. We know exactly where we are. We know that the large corporations are not the only industries. We also know that Bulgaria is not Brussels. But being a sector of specifics, I must say that tomorrow we'll be talking about the transformation of different sectors, and I congratulate the organizers for that. But I'm particularly happy that today, with us, we have companies which survive in the Bulgarian reality. They operate sustainably in Bulgaria, and they set standards in their industry. I'm sure that the colleagues who are both in the hall and online will find a solution and will find their motivation. As we heard the speakers say already, even if we do not have the regulation in place yet, the transition is taking place now. As Mr. Nova said, we have to start now, and we have to do it in good time. So, Mr. Lubomirov, it's a great pleasure to give you the floor. You represent a very complex industrial sector and very important in the course of this transition. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to discuss such an important topic. How do we understand sustainable development, or ESG? In our view, this is the behavior of the management, which should be valid for the staff, for the workers. As I said, this is nothing new for Glавbulgarstroy. We have been implementing these policies for quite some time already. It concerns the protection of the environment, the behavior of our public duty, and the obligations we have in managing the assets of the company, specifically the human resource, the financial resource, and managing the financial assets in the context of the moral commitment vis-à-vis nature, the society, and all stakeholders. This is in our DNA, and it's in our slogan, trust through quality. We have achieved that by implementing high-tech in our operations, in our systems of management, and mainly thanks to our staff. In our company, staff is a priority. We achieve whatever we achieve through the expertise of our workers and our staff, and we very seriously look at the way our staff develop, because we know and we tell our colleagues that this is the way to go. This is the only truth I believe in. Besides, we wish to retain a fair balance. You should at least give as much as you get. And we try the balance to be to benefit public interest all the time. Our history is long. Our growth has been gradual, and we always build upon what we have achieved already. That is why I would like to go back and mention some policies we have been leaning on in our work. About 20 years ago, we were working on an investment project on the Black Sea coast. And the local authorities demanded the wastewater to be discharged into a lake. We visited it and noticed that this was a natural and environmental catastrophe. So we consulted experts, both Bulgarian and foreign experts. They advised us to discharge 2 kilometers into the sea, and this was a deep sea discharge, which involved a very lengthy process. We went to the Ministry of the Environment and Water. It took us 6 months to get all the permits and to go through all the required procedures in order to get the right to build this wastewater treatment plant. We also used the highest degree of water treatment, which of course involved a substantial investment. But the investment was worth it in terms of the environment, in terms of biodiversity. So we definitely cannot measure this result, this benefit, in terms of money. So this is just an example as to how we organize our operations. And I could quote also other projects, large infrastructure projects, where we survey the whole area. We check whether, after getting all the permits, we check whether we can get our gravel from quarries in the area and thus decrease our carbon footprint.
Не на всяка цена икономически изгодно за компанията.
So this is how we work in our company. We are very committed to protecting the environment right after the human factor, which, as I said, is our top priority. Allow me to mention 2 of our projects, which are very important. Mobicom Pro is the first one. It's a project initiated by some young colleagues of ours. It was supported and partially funded from the European Commission through the Horizon Europe program. And this project is now implemented by a large consortium, 5 countries taking part: Belgium, France, Bulgaria, Italy, and Serbia, the municipality of Pirot. Bulgaria is the leading partner in this consortium, Bulgarstroy, in other words, and this is an international consortium which involves business, the scientific community, and the NGOs. We achieved a very good set up because we benefit from the research, the Institute on Construction and Geodesy, the Danish Technological Institute, and an institute in Paris. Of course, the leading role fell on Glавбулгарстрой. The majority of the investment outside funding from the European Commission came from Glавбулгарстрой as well. This project sets a number of issues on, puts a number of issues on the table. Not only funding, but also we try to find a solution to these issues. We are sure that construction waste, which is a burden to our industry, and everybody tries to get rid of it in the fastest and easiest way, usually at the expense of nature. However, we are convinced this is an opportunity to have access to additional products and material we can use again in our production process. And of course, this could be a competitive advantage to us in the green transition. The advantage in this project is that it's mobile. It can be, the facility can be moved around to the places where such waste needs to be processed. It's a setup, a combination of machines and equipment. And the outcome is clean, recycled material. It doesn't have to be further processed, and it can directly be involved in the construction process. In other words, we close the circle, and this is the whole meaning of the circle economy, something very fashionable nowadays. Can I interrupt you? Because we need to move on. Did you want to talk about other projects? Yes, I wanted to talk about another one. It is an R&G project.
На сградата. Този проект.
And this is again a project implemented by a large consortium, 12 participants from all over the world. We have an R&G foam as an outcome of this project. It is a heat insulation material which can replace the conventional insulation material. It is fully synthetic. We, of course, nowadays talk about heat insulation. We want our buildings to be well insulated, but in 30 or 40 years, this is going to cause an explosion. This is a time bomb because this synthetic material is not biodegradable. While the Technical University in Darmstadt developed this foam, we now built the facility where we tested this foam. We are now testing it to see whether we can achieve the desired outcome. I am sure we will, because this material can be recycled. And of course, the cement used means it can be absorbed. Thank you very much.
Колеги, знам, че вървим напред във времето. Колеги,
Dear colleagues, I know that we are behind schedule. I'm sure that we are going to go into the lunch time, but it is time well spent because we are hearing from you some innovations, some solutions. So please be brief, and if you can't, at least give us your messages. Ms. Georgieva, your company is a holding company, and it has the challenge of having to unify several industries that are subject to the most stringent regulations and reporting in the area of ESG. Yes, indeed, our company, Eurohold Bulgaria, is a publicly trading holding company. We have to abide by the highest regulations. So regulations go by the kilogram with us. In this line of thought, We have been working on all ESG aspects for quite some time already. We develop innovative products. We try to digitize everything. We take good care of our staff. Our social policies are quite advanced, but I'm not going to discuss all these elements. What I wanted to mention is the following. Well, what are the companies in the holding? Energy companies and insurance companies. These are our core line of business. These two lines of business are not directly impacted by the climate change, with the exception of the energy distribution company. Nonetheless, we are attaching a lot of importance to the social aspect of the ESG, and we're quite focused on the innovations because we don't need to deploy cutting-edge technologies or machinery or long-term assets. Our focus is slightly different, and it is on training, on raising awareness of our employees. We try to keep them well informed. We try to convince them that the ESG approach is the right way forward, because if we have only several people who fail to understand this idea, who are not aware what it is all about, they will simply not do the reporting. So this process should start from the lowest and go to the highest possible level. We invested a lot in training our staff so that we can raise their awareness, so that we can make sure that they will actively participate in all activities, in idea generation. So this is the main focus of the holding, the upskilling, training. On top of that, we also have some investment projects. Our investment projects, especially in the energy sector, are ESG-based. They cannot be any other. The last project we have been working on this is the biggest PV farm in the Riva Mountains near the town of Dupnica. The capacity will be 123 megawatts. This project was not arbitrarily chosen. We decided that we wanted to give to our customers the possibility to participate in green solutions. We wanted to ensure a vertical model, production, distribution, and trade. We wanted to have a closed circle. We have signed long-term corporate contracts for supplying green energy. We are working on a number of other green-minded projects aiming at reducing the carbon footprint. I can mention that we are introducing e-billing in our energy distribution operations. Yes, this is nothing new, but you would imagine the number of customers that we have, and it took us a bit longer to implement this process, and it will make a real difference. In effect, besides training our people, we are a Bulgarian-owned company. We do not have a foreign mother company that can give us the blueprint of the processes. In other words, we started from scratch. And we went through analyzing all processes. And as of today, we have in place ESG reporting models, because investment is one thing and reporting on it is another. It's key to be able to report adequately, and the model is also key in that respect. This reporting will not be a one-off thing, and this is why we decided we needed a model, because regulations change, the business environment changes, and this model should be a work in progress. It took us a lot of time to develop it, to convince the people to use it, to train them how to apply this model. And I'm happy to report today that our employees are now quite savvy in that respect. And this is a good foundation that we can build upon. So the strength is in the people, right? Now let's hear from another company who will tell us how a company can become the first local big corp company. Thank you for the opportunity to participate on this forum and to share with you what we do at Devin. As a manager for sustainable development in Devin, I can say that ever since the company was founded in 1992, sustainability has been part of the mission of the company, ensuring sustainable processes, not simply because we would like to meet the business goals of our organization, but also in order to pay back to our local communities. In 2017, Devin became part of a Belgian-owned group, Spadeon, that has 100 years of experience and is a market leader in France and in Belgium. It is a leader not just in the industrial sector, but also a leader by the green practices and sustainable practices it has been applying for years. Thanks to the long years of investing efforts, we now have stringent sustainable development policy in 4 dimensions, 4 pillars. We have set 18 ambitious goals for ourselves, and I would like to mention some of the achievements along these goals, because I won't have time to discuss all of them. First of all, I can say that Devin is the first Bulgarian-owned company that to become carbon neutral, and this happened in 2021. This was not a one-off effort on our behalf. This carbon neutrality was achieved thanks to a lot of efforts. We do an evaluation of the footprint in all our processes in level 1, 2, and 3. In level 3, we work with our suppliers and stakeholders so that we can replicate our knowledge to them, and they could follow our best practices and reduce their carbon footprint, because we attach great importance to that. And the biggest portion of our carbon footprint comes from our suppliers. We constantly assess and reevaluate our activities, our investments in view of the carbon footprint. And before we decide on any investment, we would first assess the possible carbon footprint. I would also like to mention that the green pillar is key for us. Protecting the environment is of paramount importance because we are a company using a natural resource. This is why we believe that we need to be extremely responsible towards protecting the environment. And it is not by chance that biodiversity is a priority for the European Union and part of the green transition. Over the years, we invested a lot of efforts in improving our standards for managing the water resources. We based them on the international standards of the Alliance for Water Stewardship, and we were certified under this standard in 2021. Biodiversity is another topic that is part and parcel of our goals. We have several projects that we are implementing in the area of protecting biodiversity. We believe that the environment is important, but also we believe that businesses have a key role to play in protecting the footprint on the biodiversity. So in 2022, we assessed our company's footprint on biodiversity, applying an EU methodology. Based on this methodology, we make our informed decisions for our future investment projects. We are planning to implement at the end of this year another big project on identifying and protecting the wetlands in the Rhodope Mountain. Wetlands are something very important because they have a capacity, 10% bigger capacity to absorb CO2 from the environment compared to the Amazon rainforest. So I will be happy to explain to you about this project that we are planning to launch by the end of the year at another meeting, because we can give you detailed information on that. And last but not least, I would like to share with you something. Marina, you mentioned that we are the first Bulgarian company to be B Corp certified. We got certified in 2022. We had to cover a long road. We had to train our people. We had to adjust our processes. The previous speaker spoke about the importance of training, and we attach the same importance to that. B Corp is an international community associating the future-minded businesses. All the members of this community have one goal in mind: to use the business operations in order to do good. What does this mean? This means that businesses will have to put in the focus of their attention the environmental protection, the socially important goals, and only after that work towards achieving their business goals. This is a community that is committed to work in partnership with one another to demonstrate that no one can overcome these challenges in isolation. We need to take care of each other and show that businesses can move in the same direction so that we can achieve our joint goals. Because change needs to happen. We have started making it happen, but the individual players cannot be successful in achieving the ultimate goals. As part of the B Corp community, it is in our mission to constantly excel, but also to share with the community, with our partners, and with the other businesses what we have learned about the B Corp mindedness, about the goals and the missions of this business society, business community, about the challenges that we had to overcome in becoming a member of the B Corp. So next week we are going to do the first edition of the so-called B Corp Cafe, where companies that have already been certified under B Corp in Bulgaria will share their challenges on the road to becoming a B Corp company. You're invited to participate and to hear the experience of our colleagues. And last but not least, I would like to share with you the following. This program, this change has already started developing. It will not happen overnight. The goals are long-term. By 2050, our economy should be carbon neutral. For us, it is extremely important to know what we are going to leave to the next generations and how we are going to prepare the next generations for the next steps in this transition. The young generation should be aware of this discussion that we are having now, but they should also be equipped with the knowledge and skills for the new way of living. This is why last year we launched a project targeted at environmental education at the Bulgarian schools together with the Blue Flag movement. The program is implemented in the schools, and it is part of it follows the curricula of the International Organization for Environmental Education. Our ultimate goal is to make Bulgaria the first Eastern European country with the largest number of schools certified under this environmental program. Last year we certified 60 schools. Our target is to make them 100 this year. In this program, we teach environmental protection, water protection, the SDGs, and the schools and students can learn about all these aspects through the training materials that we provide. Thank you so much. We don't have enough time to continue. Thank you once again, and good luck to everyone. Sometimes the moderators need to play a balancing role. Thank you to all the Bulgarian companies who shared their experience for the lessons learned. It is the take of the people from other countries would be very interested for me. We have two representatives of the international consulting community here on our panel who know about the efforts towards achieving this transition in other countries in Europe and not alone. Mr. Friedman, we discussed already how much we needed technologies, data collection, especially vis-à-vis the supply chain. Could you share with us some of the lessons you have learned based on your international experience? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being so patient, and we are in between you and lunch, I guess, so bear with us for a few more minutes. So my name is Kobe Friedman. I'm a founder and CEO of Findings. We're a global software company dealing with supply chain compliance automation. One of the largest domains that we're dealing with is ESG. And lately we entered Bulgaria because we understand that very interesting things are happening here with a strategic partnership with a local company, ESG BG. So I want to shed some light about how it is from the practical side, and I want to continue what my previous panelist mentioned. I apologize, I missed the name. Your suppliers. You certified them, you took them through assessments and educating them. And I want to share with you what does it mean from viewing almost 1 million of those suppliers around the world in different domains. Part of them are ESG. You need to think of the business in few aspects. Every business here, every business owner, every executive in a business has two sides. You have your what we call downstream side, you're facing your suppliers. You have your upstream, you're facing your customers, and you will start, or you already feeling or experiencing the requirements rising very, very quickly. ESG, like other spaces, but I think it's much quicker, becoming a hyper-regulated space all around the world. And every business in Bulgaria and in Europe and in the world is part of a global supply chain in some kind of aspect. So Bulgarian companies are part of the German supply chain, and the German Supply Chain Act is significantly affecting Europe. And there is also taxonomy, which is also affecting a lot of businesses. And every now and then businesses need financing, so they need UBB to finance them, and UBB needs to assess them and come up with an interest rate and come up with a proposal. And it might be that they will be required to be assessed by few banks because they want to take financing from several places. And all in all, it means that businesses are starting to feel more and more friction around their ESG requirements. And what's needed, and this is part of what we do, is to create an ecosystem of continuous data collection, verification at scale, the ability to work with your customers and the ability to work with your suppliers in a way that will not require more and more and more employees to deal with this compliance aspect. We need to be able to integrate ESG practices and all the good targets and good cause that it serves into a business process that would be able to finance, that would be efficient enough, that you will be effective enough in a way that people will be able to align with that. Practically, what it means that every business needs to start looking into what would be the compliance frameworks in his sector, in his jurisdiction, in the kind of business that they're conducting on the European region, on a global scale, and be able to pre-assess, start preparing, start to get advisory, start to change in order to be able then to comply with the requirements that are rapidly transforming into mandatory requirements and mandatory requirements by customers. The bottom line that needs to be remembered is that ESG, like in other spaces in the past, but much more quicker, again I will highlight, becoming part of your ability to do business. You would not be able pretty quickly to do business with Devon without meeting certain standards. And if you are a supplier in a polluting kind of business, if you would not be able to prove your good standing under the specific requirements of your customer, you will not be able to engage. In countries that we're working with, Singapore, for example, their stated release, the MAS, the Central Bank of Singapore, issued for all banks in Singapore and the region, which means all global banks, a requirement to assess and certify all their vendors globally as part of their supply chain for their ESG posture. That means tens of thousands of businesses being assessed continuously, and if they are not able to comply, they will not be suppliers of the bank. It's becoming an ability to do business.
Thank you.
This is what we do, this is why we are, and I'm stopping here.
Благодаря много. Благодаря също и за международната перспектива.
Thank you for the global perspective. We sometimes forget to look beyond the European Union, and we fail to understand sometimes that the whole world is changing. Time is pushing on. Allow me to give the floor now to the last speaker on our list to share experience, specifically experience from the construction sector. This is where the most important transformations are taking place. You have the floor, Ms. De Avila.
It's a pleasure to be here, and especially talk about ESG. As a consultant, I will bring up an overview of ESG, in addition to how can we integrate innovation and technology to achieve sustainability. And I'll try to be as much clear as I can. And if you have any questions, let me know later. I'll be happy to clarify all of them. So in the previous panel, they were talking about green finance and risk management and funds for sustainable projects. So basically, how can ESG provide a long-term survival for a company is, as a consultant, we do risk analysis, and we do also ESG due diligence for companies and how they can improve their projects and turn into sustainable projects. And this can ensure the long-term survival of the company. And from now on, this is the new trend. They were talking about, in the previous panel, they were talking about a long-term survival. And I believe that from now on, there is no way back of not integrating sustainability into the company. And to create long-term value for the company, by aligning ESG principles with innovation, technology, and sustainable practice, it's possible to enhance asset value. It's possible to attract investors for sustainable projects and improve their risk management. And this enables companies to refine their ESG performance, to track progress, and identify new opportunities for innovation and sustainability within the sector. And also, innovation and technology are the key to achieve sustainability. AI can analyze vast amounts of data to identify opportunities for energy efficiency, for example. They can also drive solutions to sustainability reporting for disclosure, for example. And when we do this ESG due diligence for example, for green loans, for new projects, we analyze the environmental impact, the social responsibility, the governance and transparency, and this can advance ESG practices in the sector. By embracing these synergies, companies can drive positive ESG outcomes while leveraging technology for sustainable growth and competitive advantage. I bring notes of these topics, but I won't deep dive because we are running out of time. So I will skip for the next topic that I would like to bring up. It's the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. It's the new EU regulation and how this can affect the companies, not only in European Union, but also worldwide, because I work with clients from United States, for example, and they are being required by European investors to disclose how they are taking into account these ESG indicators of the SFDR and also of the European Union taxonomy, how they are taken into account in the investment decision process. And the companies that are not aligned with SFDR, for example, they are susceptible to not receive investments from these European investors anymore. And this is changed completely how the company is seeing this approach of ESG. Because the SFDR introduces a framework that requires financial market participants and financial advisors to disclose how they take these ESG indicators. And they are suffering much pressure from these investors to comply with this. Otherwise, they will not receive any investments. And let me see. Yes, I think that's all that I can talk about it. And yes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all our panelists. Indeed, the supply chain is probably the way to turn the European Union into one of the most influential players in terms of products and investment as well. I personally feel a very proud participant in this system, and I'm very glad that we are at the forefront. So thank you once again to all of you for presenting the different viewpoints on important topics, including investments in sustainability. I hope you will take away from this panel that something, namely what we have is a global European network, but it has to become local. It has to be incorporated in our rules, in our legislation, in our mindset, our culture and behavior. It should be a message to the next generation so that young people in Bulgaria would appreciate this value system. The second thing is we can't do it alone. Everybody has to be involved. Yes, practically all stakeholders are represented, but the public sector has to be included, the regional, local administration as well. And thirdly, we do have also the artificial intelligence. There is the blockchain, the new calculators, the new technological solutions in construction, in processes. So what we need is to invest in the starting point of all that, namely the people. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Здравейте. Чуваме се? Супер. Имам добре лошо.
I have a piece of good news and bad news for you. We are the ones responsible for the bad piece of news. It is that we are running late. The good news is that the conference is as meaningful as you make it, and as meaningful the takeaways are for you. 2 months ago, I delivered a lecture on social networks and AI on this exact stage. And very many people found it very interesting. Then I requested feedback from them, and I received feedback from 0 people. So I would like to urge you once again to listen carefully, make takeaways for yourselves, and start applying them as of tomorrow. I'm going to moderate a panel on innovations and growth, and I hope very much that our panel is well prepared, and we will prove that to you. Before that, however, I will pass over to Mr. Mark Esposito, a Harvard professor, who wrote 2 impressive books on the topic of what to expect from the future. Recently also, there was an article that discussed how AI was our problem. But AI is only as good as we make it. So start thinking how to give the adequate signals to the algorithms.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. As far as I get, you are in Dubai?
That's right, yes.
That's great. When we announced on national TV your participation in that panel, actually I referred that my elder son is going to study in Harvard, AI. You're a professor at Harvard. It has been his dream since 2nd grade in school. And I refer that everybody here and people online will have the opportunity to listen to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again for having me. So first of all, thank you for having me. I'm very sad that I cannot share the stage directly with you in Sofia because I would have loved to. It's just that the logistics were not in favor of being able to be there and back. But hopefully you will accept me in the hybrid format. And so I have a bit of a journey that I would like to share with you today. It's a conversation that I have prepared in where we're looking at the direction of the next few years. We're going to look at the impact that technologies are going to take. We're going to emphasize on AI, and we'll finish on how technologies like AI can fundamentally accelerate the green transition. And that's kind of the journey I have for the 30 minutes that we're going to have together. So let's start. So I think we are clear that we are facing a clear shift from a different kind of global system to a one that is much more perched around the benefits, but equally the downsides of technology. And so when we talk about what kind of economy do we see currently rising and surging on a global level, we can talk about more what we define a cognitive economy, an economy largely based on technologies that have the power to mimic a significant part of our functions. Now, this is so to say that we are facing a revolution like not anything ever seen before. If you're looking at the historical evolutions over the last few hundreds of years, from an industrial revolution that has largely defined manufacturing as a way to create economic value. And of course, this is also where a lot of our environmental challenges have been partially factoring because we were not taking into account that the cost of economic growth was being shifted into the environment, among others. We then seen in the beginning of the 80s, culminating in the 90s, and fundamentally empowering the beginning of the millennial with the rise of platforms, an information revolution. And we are really at the very beginning of what we consider to be a cognitive revolution. It's a revolution where we are going to see a much deeper fusion, to some degree intimacy between technology and humans. Now, the cognitive era is really fundamentally different because especially when we're looking at the potential of technology these days, the relationship between human and machine is largely emancipated. We do see that in the last few decades, we have paid attention to the digital era. This is why I'm sure you've been surrounded by the conversation on digital transformation, but this was only the infrastructure. The conversation is now moving at a deeper level towards the rise and edification of a different kind of infrastructure of knowledge, which is driven by a connection between machines and humans. Now, we capture all of this in a work that I hope to be able to present in Bulgaria in the future. This is my next forthcoming book, where we are looking at this big question about remobilizing towards a different, a smarter system. And clearly, the environment and technology are part of the conversation. The reason why I share the cover of the forthcoming book is for you to actually understand a bit of the logic that I will present in the next few minutes. Now, when we started the research, we started to come to a very clear conclusion that in the cognitive economy, because of the impact of technologies such as the ones of AI, we do see that the entire digital system is becoming almost like neuralgic. And so we do have now technology that largely sense, they analyze, they learn, and they predict. And so fundamentally, when we're looking at the predictive nature of this technology, we understand why we can call it cognitive, because all of this function used to be function that were attributed before to humans. Now, this goes on and on. Our entire commercialization is shifting value chain from what used to be value chain based on proposition into the market to value chain in which we see the integration of technology into the value chain alongside the integration of humans in the value chain. So when we talk about hybrid, we're talking about the fact that our physical interaction with technologies, things of sensor, actuator, tracer, any form of triangulation, GPS, they are clearly feeding back into the value chain by constantly creating a virtuous cycle of learning that is really different from before, because our behavior is becoming a data point. The data point is becoming some form of aggregation, and some form of aggregation becomes structured data that will eventually answer to an algorithmic function. So we're largely going to see how AI will be able to drive a lot of our function in the prediction, prescription, and of course, detection of patterns that are clearly integrated into their lifestyle we currently have. So when we're looking at this cyber-physical integration that we have, we definitely see the rise of a different paradigm. The paradigm goes even deeper. We're now looking at much more of the rise of trillions and trillions of IP addresses, because we have seen an expansion of the internet. So we can largely also imagine that in the next few years, we will see more and more of informatic capacity largely outpowering what we consider more conventional functions. And this is not necessarily a problem if we are able to navigate the power technologies in favor of humans. And we see this, in fact, in some example where while the data sphere is largely shifting on a global level, today we're generating more data than any point in time in history. This data is also used to empower the peripheries, the diffusion of users around the world. So we do see now a shift from centralized to decentralized cognitive power, which means that if we're able to distribute data across the globe, we'll be able to empower more people to have access to information that likely will make them competitive on a global level. A little bit of the journey that I am presenting is trying to also provide you with a context about what will the new form of competition will look like, and how do we factor in innovation in a green transition? Well, the first answer from the first few minutes together is that when you're having this level of cognitive infrastructure that is largely driven by technology that we've never seen before, because they're largely shaped around the function of the brain, you can say they mimic the brain. We will also see a distribution of technology like we have never seen before. Therefore, decentralization is clearly the key words. Now, the decentralization is coming, of course, with benefits, but is also kind of changing the institutional framework. If you see on the left-hand side on your screen, what seems to be back in the days our traditional design of corporations, today we see much more of a network-based system that is actually much more fluid. No longer a structure, there is no really a core, there is a multiple form of cross-functionalities that we'll see. So from companies to market to financial intermediation to technology solution to the rise of startup, we have to expect that shifting from the left, which is a more rigid, to the right, a more network-based, will largely create opportunity that we have never seen before. Now, this is all possible because we will see largely the triggering of few important conversations in the next few years. In our work, we define them as the forces driving the new form of globalization. You can argue that so far we mentioned about cognitive technology. We'll go deeper into that. COVID-19 as a trigger for an expansion of the internet. The entire conversation on crypto and blockchain that largely is going to redefine on one side the web. This is where Web3 is coming into picture, but also cryptocurrency as a new form of redefinition of money and trust. Cybersecurity becoming a significant level of challenges that we need to envision. Climate, which is of course going to generate an agenda on its own. And China as not only a country, but an alternative system to what we have seen dominating from a Western perspective. So the hegemony of the West is largely being challenged. Now, if I want to go a little bit deeper and take you through the driving force of the cognitive economy, which is kind of the first part of my conversation, before transitioning over to the climate, I would say that inside of the cognitive one, artificial intelligence is the protagonist, is the main character. So where is AI today? And what does it actually really mean for us? Right now, we are still within a statistical learning model where a lot of the AI is nothing more than statistics and computational power. As largely statistical models that are designed to understand complex phenomenon, we need to train data. We do train data faster than before because we have more access. The entire revolution on generative AI and ChatGPT is a large pilot that is collecting data from all over the world. Therefore, the distribution of value is not just in the use of the software, is also in the collection of data. Now, fundamentally, we still are at the place in which machines are being trained for relatively efficient functions. What we don't have yet is what you see on the right-hand side, a contextual adaptation of AI. This is when we understand in constructs, this is when we understand in context, that's when we understand in real-life phenomena. So we are really still in the early stages of, I think, a contextual exploration that wants to be in place, but not there yet. So we do have significant boundaries that needs to be breached before we can see something that is more human-like. We do now see applications that sometimes make us feel afraid, but we're still largely talking about statistics. Now, AI is gaining momentum, ladies and gentlemen, and this is happening around the world. In fact, it's happening across industries. These are some of the mapping on how AI is currently disrupting industries. This is something that you are probably aware of in the sense that to some degree, we have all come across some of these applications. You see that they are going into multiple function of industry, businesses, supply chains. You see this also largely active in the technology stack, where a lot of technology companies are investing in technology companies. It's becoming almost like a self-referential system, but we see that somehow from a personal use to industrial use to navigation use to any form of agency to any form of logistics, operations, legal, we do see AI rising across. Now, more detail. In the last few years, AI has been creating incredible commercial value in some specific part of the value chain. So what you see now is some of the most predominant forms of value creation that are extracted directly from where we currently use AI extensively. This means a couple of things. The first one is that the AI disruption into value proposition has already happened. Sometimes it's explicit, sometimes it's implicit, but we're now all exposed to this. Secondly, in the next few years, we not only will be continuing to invest into what we have invested, but we will continue to invest also in areas that we are currently underinvested. You see that fundamentally today, when we talk about AI, we talk about machine learning, but we will likely see the expansion of the other area of artificial intelligence especially now that we are integrating more senses to the function of AI. This is why we are in the on the cusp of what we consider a multisensorial AI revolution, so to say. Now, from a country level, these are a country where we currently have AI initiatives, which means that we do have, of course, a significant representation in a number of different parts of the world. We do have a major vacuum in the African continent. I think there's a combination of infrastructure and the ability for those economies to be largely digitized. But largely, we will see AI increasing in power and penetration in the next few years. When we ran a study in selected countries, we wanted to really understand what is the state of AI currently on a global level. And you can say that if you're breaking it down into three major areas, the precondition for AI, the research for AI, and the commercialization, countries are currently performing in a very different way. The end game of this conversation is much more about saying that AI is currently a duopoly between the United States and China. With some other country, they're currently trying to enter the race, but we're still far from something that is equally distributed. More specifically, if you're looking at the country I mentioned before and how they're currently performing, you will notice that benchmark against the US, which has the 100% across the three dimensions, China is the only real challengers. You see a country like India trying to eventually rise in some aspect of the competition. You see areas in Europe that are now trying to catch up. You see other countries like South Korea that is increasing the commercialization. Also smaller countries like Israel or Singapore, they're part of this, but it's still a relatively small group of countries rather than large. And if we try to go even deeper into this, there are multiple ways of thinking of AI around the world. In the US, it's fundamentally driven by the corporate world. In China, it's fundamentally driven by the public and private integration, and it's fundamentally a domestic approach. In the European Union, we're largely talking about 4.0. We are trying to address market fragmentations. We do not have yet a digital market, and I think fundamentally still industry driven. We'll have to fundamentally understand how the European Union will be able to exploit his enormous governance apparatus that is coming from the EU and which largely going to protect the consumers and individual protection. So we do see multiple approaches to the conversation of AI globally. To bring it over to a sense of summary on the AI, in the next few years, we will see that multiple levels will be in place. There will be a precondition for artificial intelligence at the national level that we're looking at computational power, the ability for us to have the right level of infrastructure, the volumes of data. That's where the GDPR, the protection of data, and the great compliance around ESG will largely play a role. And we'll need to start understanding whether we can train population at a faster pace around AI. We'll have what you see in the center, an AI ecosystem that will create high permeability between the pillars that we mentioned before. There will be, of course, significant forms of strengths and weaknesses, but largely what it means is that you'll have on one side scientists and scholars, on the other side you have the entrepreneur, the corporates and the investors, and then you have the public sector that will have to largely fund some of these initiatives. And then finally, and you see this as actually hypothetically the roof of the house, is the institutional and ethical framework that we'll need to have to make sure that technologies like the ones we're discussing today are not going to be detrimental to social and environmental pillars, but they are fundamentally going to enhance it. So there are clearly a number of challenges we need to address, but we also are in a relatively well-placed situation right now to see the advancement of the conversation in the right way. This brings me over to a summary of what is going to happen when we connect in AI to climate. Well, one of the first things that technology will largely bring forward is the fact that we will see technology applied to climate mitigation and climate adaptation. So I'm going to now start linking the conversation on direction of travel, technologies, AI, national initiative, contest for AI into the green transition, which I know is motivating and largely creating the overarching narrative in your conference in Sofia. So when we use technology towards the climate, we see technology largely helping mitigate. What is interesting about the slide that you see in front of your eyes is that just in 2020, when we were redesigning our infrastructure towards a world that was being largely in shambles because of the pandemic, later on impacted by supply chain hiccups, later on impacted by the Ukraine war crisis, that technology had largely contributed to the global GDP. We're now looking at roughly $7 trillion net benefits. And what you're looking on the left-hand side are largely technological dependent systems that have impacted significantly the relationship between the cost of climate and, of course, the necessary adjustment we need to have when we are investing in adaptation. This is particularly true in the narrative about carbon. In fact, in my next slide, if you're looking at how we have largely looked at the carbon economy, we see an example where blockchain has been used to measure and report carbon emissions, where we are seeing a blockchain issuing carbon credits, and where we now start having a public ledger for tracking emissions that is largely going to be critical for the creation of a separate market on carbon data. Now, the EU will likely move in this direction because we are going to regulate carbon emission more. You know that in the EU, we have a really ambitious plan to not only reduce carbon fossils, we are going to reduce single-use plastic, but we're also changing our mobility, both at the individual level, then in our infrastructure, towards what they call net zero or some form of decarbonization. What you see here as an example coming from a real project in a real country is that when you are integrating technologies, and blockchain is so like a brother in arm from artificial intelligence, because it's largely an infrastructure where the data from AI can be stored, you can start really rethinking the acceleration towards the right level of carbon economy that we need to have. So to bring it over to in a perspective for all of you, we started to say the next few years are critically going to transform. We then move into the conversation that within this transformation, technology largely will play a major role. Within the cognitive revolution, we'll see decentralization, which gives us access to more opportunities for data that can be structured to algorithms. AI became then the nature of our conversation. From AI, we understand it is a global phenomenon that is going to expand in the next few years, but we still have a clear dependency on two countries, and more countries will have to eventually step up. From here, we started to see some application of technology within the range of artificial intelligence and moving into climate adaptation and mitigation, with the first example of what we call in our work smarter designs, where we're looking at offsetting carbons, and we do this fundamentally through blockchain. So what we have seen so far, ladies and gentlemen, is just an application on how technology, especially when we're looking at the kind of multisensorial technology ahead of us, can also be a significant accelerant to our sustainability challenges. Moving to the next conversation that I have for you. This is the mainly idea about going negative that I think largely will create an impact moving forward. And there are some of the major challenges that we need to address in the carbon economy that I'm going to launch over to you as almost like a baton that I'm passing over, as I know that many of you are entrepreneurs, that you are representative of industry and commerce, academia, not-for-profit. And so there is a role that we have to collectively do to make sure that we're moving forward. So how will we fundamentally enable the carbon economy from a perspective of the AI revolution? So how do we put them together? We'll have to start rethinking data on capturing. We need to understand the capturing of data because it's critical for us to be able to basically assess the extent of the emissions we have. We'll have to sequester the carbon. That will happen both in physical structure, there are what we call carbon sinks, but also will happen in digital structures, because the moment that we can actually digitize the sequestering of carbon, we can measure it, we can account it for, we can of course create KPIs in favor of a reduction of this. We can monitor this. We therefore can be much more vigilant in understanding that our commercial activities need to be within a certain planetary boundaries that we want to preserve. We can account it for, so as a matter of fact, you can create a ledger like we have seen before with a blockchain that can largely generate a market exchange, which at first will be highly regulated and not so efficient as we want to. But over time, when we let in some of the market dynamics kicking in, there is a good chance that if we are having an oversight of ethical standards, we might be able to incentivize country to largely accelerate towards the green transition. We'll have to price it, and therefore we need to start understanding how to use the traditional supply and demand methods of economics to determine the price of a carbon credit, and fundamentally, how do we use it? We have to package it, because we want to make sure that before we trade, which is actually the 7 steps I have on this slide, we can understand the packaging. And that can happen within the blockchain and environment. This can happen towards the non-fungible tokens that will generate a unique serial number that can be traded for unique emissions. That can generate access to a cryptocurrency infrastructure. And all of this is largely a spin-off, if not a multiplier, of the artificial intelligence conversation that we had before. When we are going to actually be able to trade carbon, when we're going to be able to offset and neutralize the emissions, when we'll be able to actually use data to largely assess our behavior, and we're going to target the negative or if even the positive net, if you want to be more ambitious, then fundamentally we're going to have enable a climate strategy that is fundamentally based on carbon and emissions, on adaptation and mitigation, but largely inspired by technology. And this is how I like to finish my conversation to you before wrapping it up. Look, we are clearly in what we call a watershed moment. A watershed moment is a moment where we have to make important decisions. As business as usual, if we are aspiring at the green transitions in the next few years, if you're looking at the premise of the sustainability goals, we will unlikely meet the SDGs by 2030. Actually, business as usual, we will reach the SDGs by the end of the century, which is too late. The question is, well, how can we shortcut our performance so that we can try to accelerate as much as we can? The easy answer is that we have to use technology that largely empower us to accelerate. And the best way to do this is to integrate the data structure with some of this technology of the fourth industrial revolution underneath AI and blockchain being the larger foundation of our revolution. And if we do that, we are going to see a significant output that is coming from a renewed form of economic growth, which is also going to largely define the competitiveness of countries. In fact, and I'll finish on this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at which country tend to become more competitive these days, they're countries that have largely dematerialized, countries that have largely decarbonized, and countries that have created a digital public infrastructure that is now supporting the evolution of technology to the next evolution of value creation. This is happening most likely in European context, where you have countries that have been able to nonetheless looking at the protection of individual freedom, not at the expense of technological algorithm, but fundamentally creating some form of symbiosis between humans and machine. And this is really where I'd like you to take the final remark from me. If we are building a symbiotic relationship between humans and machines, one purpose for that is to, of course, accelerate our sustainability goals, which are important for us to achieve. We also have to start understanding that the integration between humans and machine can inspire us to rethink models of growth differently from the industrial policy that we have inherited over 200 years ago, therefore enabling what we also call a human economy or a human-based economy, an economy based around human values, which of course lives in harmony with the planetary boundaries. So this is what I wanted to take you through the journey. I told you that this would be a journey that started from like the beginning of the cognitive era and ended up with this market design on how do we activate carbon economy models. They are now largely tapped on technologies. And this is how I'm going to finish my keynote. These are my contact details. If you ever want to be in touch, I very happy that I was asked to be with you in Sofia and to be given the possibility to do this virtually. I hope it's not the last time, but it's only the very first time of many more, and hopefully next time it will be in person in Bulgaria. Thank you very much, and I'm going to close it here.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was really very insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Добре, помните това какво?
You know what you take away from this presentation. What I take away, we are in stage 2. The first stage was handcraft knowledge, if you remember. And people wonder how the world works, how the structure works. Now we are at the stage of statistics and learning. What does that mean? The more data we have, the better we train the algorithms. But the third stage is the most interesting one, namely contextual activity. And as it is really warm now, I will try to present to you how metadata work and how the human systems, how the systems work, so that we do get things done. Those of you who came by car may have heard of this experiment. Over 100 sensors were placed on the seat, on the car seat, and the survey, the study, learns which points of the seat people press upon the most. If you're angry, if somebody cuts in, all that has an impact on the pressure you exercise on your car seat. And so in the next panel, we will talk about different topics. We'll cover different topics, again in the context of where the world's going, what innovations are out there, and how can we accelerate the innovations. There is one chair which still remains empty. It is the chair of Minister Milena Stoicheva. She is on her way, and very soon she will occupy her chair. So I would like to tell you very briefly how participants expect new developments, where the world's going. So we have President Plevneliev with us. We had a long talk, 40-50 minutes ahead of the presentation, but we very well remember the tech park and the other things you did for the Green Deal and taking up very complex actions. So which way are we going according to you? And what would work in order to achieve our goals? Thank you. It's a joy. It's definitely a pleasure to be with you. This is the conference of the year. I'm very glad it's so ambitious. There are so many participants. We're going to look into the future and yet be realists, what we did not do and where we want to go. A big thank you to the organizers. And I follow the media on a day-to-day basis via DIRBG, because this is where I see the trend. So thank you on focusing on the green transition. So it is taking place indeed. The question is how we Bulgarians are going to find our place in this huge efforts of the whole humanity to make progress. Yes, we have been following the messages yesterday and today. Everybody says We can only do it if we are together. And that means at different levels, at the individual, at the corporate level, at the government level. For the individual level, this is perhaps the easiest. It is up to all of us. We need to throw our waste where we should. We should stop at a traffic light. And there is a Bulgarian company called IBS which works all over the place. So you do not even need to bring the electricity supply to their installations. And then we need to talk about the way we move around ourselves, our children, the way we organize the cities we live in. There's so much that can be done in order to be more efficient. And here is where the individual effort is needed. We need also promotion. We need awareness raising. This should be taught in school. And every parent should do it. If you want to do it, we need to look around and see that we can achieve a lot by making a small contribution. And that's why my message is pretty simple. At the individual level, we should do what we need to so that we can look into the eyes of our children in 20 or 30 years' time so that they think then that the parents did the right thing in order to live in a cleaner and better environment. At the corporate level, there is a lot that can be done in Bulgaria. And my message is to all companies, let's forget about the small ones, but medium and large companies, and why not small ones too? It's high time. Get going, get involved. There is a lot that the corporate sector can do. It's not expensive. Each company must have an ESG plan, just as is the case with every German, American, Israeli company. There should be someone responsible. We have to report every year on the annual meeting to our shareholders. We need to report what we have been doing. We need to be able to say what we have done. I work in the US, in Germany. I've visited about 50 states, 50 different countries a year, and everywhere the topic number one is ESG. And it's high time we launch these good practices in our companies as well. Companies should have a long-term plan. Each company, after President Biden announced the new pact, it is on their website already, net zero by 2050, net zero, and this has to be done, which means integrated plans. We need to develop them and on a year-in, year-out basis to follow how we implement it. At the level of the society, there is a lot that we can do. Because that's how we leave behind a cleaner and greener Bulgaria. We in this country very often focus on negative stories, negative energy. So let me share with you something that I'm very proud of. And when I travel, I always tell this story. Do you know that Bulgaria is one of the few countries in this world, when you look back 30, 40 years, Google statistics show you how much forest area is in Bulgaria. And even as a share of the whole area of this country, the forests are still there. Check it. It's a fact. And then we don't need to talk about negative things, that we have destroyed everything. Second, Bulgaria is one of the few EU member states where 1/3 of its territory, 1/3 of its area is Natura. In Germany, it's 14, in Austria, it's 12. And these are the highest standards that have to be complied with in these 33% of our territory. Yes, the situation. Yes, the situation is bad enough, but it's not that bad. So let us pull ourselves up by the hair. Yes, we have no plan, we have no general direction. We reviewed our recovery and resilience plans 3 times. We'll definitely lose money. Companies are not interested, cities are not interested in ESG. Environment and sustainable development are at the level of the SDG. And if I ask you in the hall, you would probably say, yes, we have a plan, but how can we achieve what we want to achieve? But there are enough problems as it is. UN measures SDG, and Bulgaria has been on place 42 for a couple of years now. Let us have the ambition to move forward. And this is my conclusion. I look back and I can look you in the eyes and say what I did in my capacity as minister, in my capacity as head of state. When I was head of state, I inherited the Grand Slam, the 3 big energy products, and we tried to turn it around into 3 sensible projects instead of 3 big Russian projects. So I am proud that I was the head of state where consensus was fully achieved on the program 2020. So we can work on long-term plans. I am proud I signed and also negotiated together with many other member states in Europe on the goals of sustainable development. John Kerry, the Secretary of State of the US, was so proud. He was the first to sign the SDG. This is a global consensus on a cleaner and fairer planet to leave to our children. So he put his granddaughter on his knee and he signed. Then I'm a modest person, but let me say it myself. I was the second to sign the document. Bulgaria was very active in the Paris round of negotiations, and I'm very proud I signed that document as well. Yes, indeed, we did have goals, but we did not have values attached, and there was a lot of going back and forth with the World Bank. They said, well, we need to have values attached. We can't implement anything unless we have targets in value. And it was a big battle. As a minister, I'm proud we worked on the first pilot projects on the national energy efficiency projects, the buildings that were insulated, and I had my picture taken with elderly ladies in their short sleeves in the middle of winter. And we have to include that, and we have to include the solar panels in this effort as well. So there is a lot of work that still needs to be done. We need to be good managers, good masters of what we have. We have to put our house in order. Yes, we do need the plan 2030. It has to be fully synchronized with the sustainable development goals. It would have to cover regions and cities in Bulgaria as centers of growth. It would have to be coordinated with the plans for Bulgaria until 27 and beyond. Because if we don't have a plan, we won't get help. Nobody would support us. So there are these 2 pots with 50 billion left sitting there idle. This is huge money. So on the one hand, there are the structural funds, the recovery and resilience plan, the Green Deal, the national budget. And Bulgaria's national budget contains 10 billion a year at least. So all activities have to be coordinated in such a manner that there is sustainability, a good plan, that there is common sense in what we do, so that in 2030 we reach where we want to be. Because the only way to succeed, dear friends, is to have a good approach and a good plan. We do need 2030 to bring together all of that. I am very proud that in my time in office, we started this debate. We had a very good plan, but then it was put in the back drawer. But we still had the right approach. Anyway, the Participants in this conference, you know, on all levels, the citizens, parents, business people, politicians, responsible people, you know what needs to be done. So I am sure that instead of being on the 44th place, we would move forward if all politicians and leaders in our beautiful country roll up their sleeves in mobilizing all efforts to accomplish what we want. And then we'll have a solid foundation to step on in our future development. Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Ще използвам даже да кажа едно да го искам.
One thing is to wish to do something, another thing is to be able to, and then a completely different thing is to truly get down to business and do it.
Mr. Veljai, you are the mayor of Tirana. You have achieved amazing projects. Going back to the example that I gave with the cars, one thing is to have a car, and when it gets hot, you turn on the air conditioning, but it's much better to have a place where actually people would like to go and would have much better time. We agree with you that I will refer to the Tirana Pyramid, which is an amazing achievement, and you can tell us both about the strategy and how actually it rolled out.
Well, thank you very much. I was inspired by His Excellency's opening speech to completely change my speech, because he was on a mission to promote Bulgaria and what Bulgaria is famous for and is known for, the forestry and nature. So I felt challenged to do the same about Albania. So how many of you have been to Albania? Great. And the rest of you who have not been, no one is perfect. You can always fix this and come and visit soon. But you may not have been to Albania, but you probably are dancing to Albanian music, because you probably don't know that Dua Lipa and Rita Ora and Bebe Rexha and Ava Max are all Albanian. You probably go to a church and give contributions, and you probably don't know that Mother Teresa is Albanian. And also we're talking about AI, and Mira Murati, who's the Chief Technology Officer for ChatGPT, she is Albanian. And for those who care to know, the guy who invented Viagra is also Albanian, Ferit Murat. So there is one Albanian involved in your life in one way or another. Let's make sure of this. But then the moderator provoked me for another joke. He says, you know, this is the strategy and the implementation. So there was this little rabbit in a forest. And this little rabbit was so scared, because everybody wants to eat the rabbit in a forest. In every tale, all the wild animals go after the rabbit. He is the bottom of the food chain, as they say. So he's completely scared, and he goes to the forest bar, and he gets completely drunk. And you know, he's completely depressed, has lost meaning of life, completely runs away from everything. And asks the people in the bar, you know, the animals in the bar, you know, if he can get some help. So he can live a life of dignity and not run away the rest of his life. And then, you know, the animals in the forest said, well, look, you know, the owl, the glasses, you know, the guy who went to Harvard and worked for the European Commission, they are the expert, and the expert knows everything. So you should go and ask for expertise, my friend, you know, you need help. So the rabbit is so excited, he finally has a lead in where he can get some support. So he goes to see the owl, and the owl is sitting there looking all smart. And the rabbit says, you know, this is my dilemma. How to live a life free of running away, free of paranoia, free of fear. So the owl looks at the data about who's attacking the rabbit, and he says, look, I have a solution for you. And AI and everything and all the data accumulation, the blockchain, the conclusion is you need to become a lion. Because if you become a lion, no one messes with a lion. You're the top of the food chain. You're king of the animal kingdom. You know, you're the new Simba. You know, who messes with a lion? The rabbit, as you can imagine, is so excited from the expertise. And, you know, completely grateful. He says, look, I've lived my whole life. I'm waiting for this moment. Now I have a solution. So then he asks the owl and says, can I have one follow-up question? Of course, says the owl. I'm the expert here. He says, how exactly do I become a lion? And this is where the owl says, my friend, I'm only in charge of strategic thinking, not project implementation. And I think this this is pretty much where we, I think, convene in this conference. Because I think we need the owls, we need the people at Harvard, we need the people who've done the research, we need the nerds and the geeks who look at the data. But bottom line is for us who are in the political sphere, whether as mayor, as minister, president, you actually have to deliver. You have to, it's about project implementation. I remember I was also at COP in Paris. I just became as an exciting mayor, and our minister also signed the COP25 agreement. The only thing is that after the photos were done, the mayors had to plant the actual trees and had to do the electric taxis and all that. So I think the word, the bucket stops with the mayor is extremely important, because they are sort of the last and the largest infrastructure of the state as we know it when it comes to delivering products in the ground. Not everybody gets to meet the president or the minister, but everybody knows who the mayor is, and literally the buck stops with the mayor. I remember when Lyndon Johnson was writing his memoirs, and the journalist who was helping with the memoirs was asking, Mr. President, how did you survive the crazy times of the civil rights movement? They killed Kennedy, they killed Martin Luther King, you had all of this crisis. How did you deal with it? And Lyndon Johnson would say, look, every day I would look at myself in the mirror and I'd say, Lyndon, at least you're not the mayor. It could be worse. And I think in that regard, taking this job very, very seriously, but also try to make sure that common sense is not replaced by too much technology. I go to some of these conferences and there's always one of the sponsoring companies who's trying to sell something to the mayor. And one company said, Mr. Mayor, we have these great panels. They look like city lights, and they're great. You plug them in, they suck up the carbon, and they produce oxygen. And for you, because you're our friend and you're a good mayor and you're going to promote our product, it's only 250,000 euros a piece. And I felt like I was in an, Arab market, like a Turkish market. And they said, because I was their friend. And I said, I don't know how you call this, because we were in Geneva. I don't know how you call this in Switzerland. But in Albania, the thing that sucks up carbon and produces oxygen, we call it a tree. And it's much cheaper. And I think sometimes the obsession for smart cities to put gadgets everywhere. So, like our moderator was saying, to measure where exactly our butt is pressuring more on the seat, should not overdrive common sense. And I think common sense in solutions, common sense in policies. We were able to get all of taxis in Tirana, 70% of the taxis in Tirana, electric in 2 years, by not paying any penny. We told everyone, you either wait until someone dies or retires, because cities give taxes via medallion or a license, or you can buy electric and we'll give you a license in 24 hours. So sometimes common sense prevails over too much technology and too much overdrive on policy. But also we need to think of new advocates. I'm speaking here, so was the president, and you'll see others. But I am willing to bet every one of you is a little suspicious. What the president said is a bit too good to be true. What the mayor is saying is too good to be true. But I tell you one person you're not suspicious of. Your kids. You're never suspicious of your kids. So when we change the city communications, rather than trying to convince adults to have the largest public car-free space in Europe, Skanderbeg Square is 100,000 square meters, and to consider all of downtown car-free, everybody's suspicious. It's, we have this socialist mayor, he's trying to take cars away. We finally have cars after 45 years in communism that no one owned a car. We went from a city of 17 cars to a city of 170,000 cars. So the car became a trophy. We replaced the statue of the dictator with the Mercedes, and that became sort of our new trophy to show that we're not poor anymore, we made it. But then, when kids were taking over the space and we were having car-free days to project what a future car-free downtown could be like, and the parents were giving me the middle finger because, of course, they would get stuck in traffic, then the kids would come home and they'd say, but Dad, remember the bike you bought me when I was 3? Now I'm 13, I haven't used it for 10 years, but because the mayor organized this car-free day, then I was able to use. So we started doing this once a month and then once a week, and then we made it permanent. And now we have this beautiful square, and the same thing with a lot of the other. So sometimes, and I saw some of the lawyers you have here, but sometimes you need unusual advocates. And I think the definition of stupidity is try the same thing with the same communication and with the same advocates and the same chains of contact. sometimes you need to be creative. And in the beginning, people were pulling my leg. And they're saying, Mr. Mayor, you don't realize you're not an activist anymore. In politics, we only worry about two categories, taxpayers and voters. It automatically leaves out everyone under 18. They are just as legitimate stakeholders and shareholders of a city. So sometimes we need to speak to a different audience. So we may have lost the parents temporarily when we were doing these experiments, but we won an army of guerrilla urban planners who are going home and advocating. So sometimes changing the way we communicate and the agents of communication makes a huge difference. So my takeaway from this first round, common sense should always prevail beyond this obsession with technology and AI and blockchain and data. Always remember that I think project implementation is just as important as strategic thinking. So we should go from the talk shops into what will everyone from the shareholders here implement in order to deliver. And then the third thing, if it can happen in Albania, the country that was the most isolated country in the world, in Europe. It used to be the North Korea of Europe. Tirana was the Pyongyang of that country. So if a country can change so fast, it can be done everywhere. And every alibi to say, oh, there's not enough funds. You know, if I told you our budget, you'd leave the room immediately, terrified. So sometimes it's about common sense, the right advocates, and stuff like the taxi policies that don't necessarily kill your budget, but make sense in ways that can encourage different sectors to behave accordingly with the commitments on the green agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really very insightful, and the great thing is that I know what you'll be doing in a year from now. You'll be a keynote speaker at that conference. He got just invited to deliver a keynote and he accepted, so thank you so much. Време е да попитаме и...
It is time now to speak to Marie Marinova, who is the Executive Director of the Bulgarian Association for Equity and Venture Capital. We need somebody to come up with a strategy, but we also need people to implement this strategy. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the invitation. And before we delve into the topic of funds and venture capital, let me say a few words as an introduction. The innovative companies in Bulgaria and in Eastern Europe are in the focus of our attention. The most innovative ones contributing to Bulgaria's competitive advantage are the companies that were supported by equity and venture capital. The first Bulgarian main drone, for instance, is one example. The Bulgarian satellite that was launched, even the company that the President Plevneliev referred to. All of them have one thing in common. They were supported by venture funds. These funds contribute to the development of these companies not only through financing them, but they also support them in their development and growth. And they help these companies continue to innovate and growth through innovations and through networking. We help them enter other markets and get international. So the topic of venture and equity capital is important. And we support companies that are best examples of innovations. Here are some of the companies. You can see their names on this slide. It is very useful for me because here you can see all active local funds for venture capital, pre-accelerators, accelerators, to venture capital funds for early or later stage funding, growth funds and mezzanine funds that support companies that are more advanced in their development. All of these companies are ESG compliant. This is a mandatory requirement for our financing, but also we make sure that their supply chain or portfolio of companies are also ESG compliant. We have a future of food fund, future of health fund. So this topic is becoming hotter and hotter and is being monitored. The good news is that if up until 10 years ago the local funds were only 2, now we have a long list of funds organized in different verticals, in different locations. The majority of them invest in Bulgaria and in Southeastern Europe, but there are also other leading examples that are internationally known and that we can be proud of. This is important because the entrepreneurs now have a choice and they can select the fund that best lines up with their expectations. There is also fresh capital available. The fund's representative is going to speak about it, I'm sure. If we can see the next slide, please. I would like to show you something that came up based on a report that we launched together with the EIB. Bulgaria is a leader by the number of venture funds in Southern and Eastern Europe, and this is conducive to developing the ecosystem. I have prepared 2 more slides on the topic of innovations. This one, for instance, shows something that wraps up the big picture. Indeed, in Bulgaria, we do have a good innovative ecosystem. There is always room for improvement, but an important element to mention here is that many of the examples you can see here come from the private sector, and I very much hope that with the support of the government inclusive, we can have more and more of them. We are part of the community element together with other associations and organizations. We help the industry through venture and equity capital. We lobby before the government for legislative changes. We work towards modernizing the legislative framework, something that is extremely important in our opinion, because it is not only the companies that need to be innovative, the funds should stay innovative as well, so that we can remain compliant with the European standards. We are working hard in this direction to make sure that all the funds stay compliant. And we have a lot of partners helping us to achieve our goals. Education is an important element of the innovative ecosystem, and I will be interested to hear what the Insight have to say. I'm very happy that their initiatives are taking place in Bulgaria. Also, the Technological Transfer Fund is available here, helping the research companies reach out to as many consumers as possible. We have interesting spin-offs taking place as well. And the venture and risk capital helping Bulgaria's, venture and equity capitals helping Bulgaria's companies. On top of the Bulgarian ones, we have numerous international ones helping the Bulgarian companies develop and scale up and get international so that they can reach out to as many consumers as possible. Thank you so much, Maria. I counted 71 logos on your slide, and probably this is not all. This just comes to show how big this ecosystem is. Minister Stoicheva, this panel is devoted to innovations and growth, so you can give us the big picture here. Thank you. Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of green economy. It is my great pleasure to be with you today at this forum dedicated to topics of paramount importance both for us as citizens but also for our state, our economy and the global economy. In my capacity as a Minister of Innovations and Growth, this topic is very close to what I do, but also to my understanding and to my beliefs about what it takes to be innovative and a good business person today. Having a good business means running a business that takes into consideration our footprint on the environment, on the society, on our economy, and a business that achieves its competitive edge thanks to optimizing high-tech processes, but also trying to leave as small a footprint as possible, both in the environment and the society. The Ministry of Innovations and Growth does recognize the need of introducing green policies, and I'm happy that we are the ones vested with the responsibility to encourage the Bulgarian businesses to innovate in an attempt to achieve a sustainable green transition. We are the ones also who support investments in circular economy. We are also part of this power that is going to be used to set the engine going towards using more renewables. I would like to mention here how we can be expected to support the green transition in the coming months by supporting the green-minded companies. In the coming months, the Ministry of Innovations and Growth will open a procedure on circular economy under the Recovery and Resilience Plan. The total budget there is 180 million. Eligible for this funding will be SMEs and micro enterprises that will try to implement machinery that will reduce waste and will reuse materials. The companies will have a chance to adopt climate-neutral methodologies in their production. The aim is also to restrict the plastic packaging use and use of single-use plastic items. The first companies that will be funded under the green policies arm of the Resilience and Recovery Plan are the companies that have applied already under the procedure that we had announced and that we just closed down. These are the companies that will invest in mounting solar panels on the premises of their production sites, and also that will invest in batteries for temporary energy storage, renewable energy storage. 3 billion is the budget for two main priorities, one of them being innovations and growth, and the other one is investing in circular economy. We plan to invest in different measures towards improving energy efficiency of companies and also the development of new recyclable products, increase the use of secondary materials and improve waste management. The Ministry of Innovations and Growth is the ministry that developed the national roadmap for the hydrogen-based technologies, setting out the vision for the development of hydrogen industry and hydrogen valley in Bulgaria. I'm happy to see here representatives of the funds, of the investors on the one hand, and the actual creators or developers of high technologies. I also see representatives of the businesses that are planning to invest in these high technologies in the future. Bulgaria tries to be among the leading 20 global countries with an operational hydrogen valley. The project for its development has been approved by the European Commission already, and construction will start by the end of the year. The total budget for building this valley is 30 million euro, and our ministry, the Ministry of Innovations and Growth, is going to allocate 8 million to support this program, this valley. We are going to do that under the program for science and innovations that will be launched soon. The development of hydrogen technologies is a prerequisite for improving Bulgaria's energy efficiency, for creating more jobs in a new sector of the economy, and for creating a sustainable export-oriented industry that we hope will attract a growing number of investors to the country. Our ministry not only supports green transition, but it does implement green policies through the programs I already cited, but also we are planning to continue to create a conducive environment for the development of the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country, to continue supporting startups and their integration in the process of innovations. And I hope that through our measures, we will be able to create a new image for the Bulgarian economy, the one that it deserves to have, making it a high added value economy that has integrated cutting-edge technological solutions, but that also protects the environment and the earth. I have one favorite phrase that I used a lot in my previous capacity when we were conducting trainings under green entrepreneurship programs, and I'm going to share it with you. We cannot do business if the planet is dead. So doing business and green policies should go hand in hand, and I hope this will be the new business model that we will apply in developing our companies, our organizations, and the Bulgarian economy. In the face of the Ministry of Innovations and Growth, you have a reliable partner that is going to support this form of behavior and future development.
Мисля, че наистина панела съчетават правилните участници в процеса. Сега време господин Дановски, който има над 20 години опит и в публичния и в корпоративния свят и има доста интересна визия за това как всъщност трябва да подходим иновативно в управлението на публичните системи, така че мисля, че ще е доста интересно.
Здравейте! Благодаря за анотацията. Дали ще е интересна или няма да е интересна, със сигурност ще кажат хората или просто ще си помислят след това. Но наистина, за тези, с които не се познаваме, просто последните 7 години имах възможността, бих казал отговорността и изключително така, удоволствието да бъда в публичната администрация и като съветник към икономическа политика, иновации и финансови инструменти в Министерски съвет, да бъда част от началото и развитието на фонда на фондовете и да бъда с екипа създател на Държавната агенция за научни изследвания и иновации, която по-късно се вля в новото Министерство на иновациите и растежа. Това ми даде възможност да ръководя и в голяма степен да определям посоката, която формира така наречената икономическа трансформация на българската икономика, формулирана някъде в 19-20 година, не поради друго, а поради стечение на обстоятелствата и бих казал някакъв моментум на времето. Много кратка историческа справка ще ни върне назад, за да ни припомни, че към 18-19 година усетихме силно прегряване на икономиката по начина, по който тя се опитваше да формира конкурентни си предимства и по този начин тя беше обречена на неуспех в крайна сметка, защото компонентите, които изграждаха нейните съставки и с които се опитахме да привлечем и чуждестранни инвеститори и да се опитахме да увеличим продуктивността, бяха обречени на неуспех. Говорим за ниска стойност на труда в България, говорим за, разбира се, много големи обеми производство с много ниски маржове, говорихме за липса на иновативен подход в растежа на икономиката. Тези недостатъци в момента ни дадоха възможност да се обърнем и да погледнем кои са ключовите възможности пред българската икономика и да ги много ясно да ги изведем, като едната от тях беше, че конкурентоспособността, която искаме да изграждаме в следващите 10-15 години и натам трябва да бъде на основата на знания и иновации, които така или иначе се има в нашето общество в различни участници, в различни организации. В този момент използвахме една логическа, много логично изглеждаща, използвахме една възприета от Европейския съюз на основата на ОИСР стратегия, която е известна като Science, Technology, Innovation стратегия и политика, която Европейската комисия препоръчва горещо на много държави и поне 5-6 държави в света се поставили като основа и гръбнак на своята екосистема. Но по-важното нещо тук беше, че беше осъзната необходимостта в гръбнака на тази бъдеща екосистема, която трябва да произведе нови нива на конкурентоспособност, да бъдат извършени ключови реформаторски промени. Това точно беше момента, в който се реши, че е необходимо да имаме нов подход от страна на публичната сфера, говоря за държавата и общините, и да има нов орган, който централно да се занимава с това. В момента е Министерството на иновациите и растежа. Трябва да имаме ново законодателство, защото, позволете ми да ви припомня, ние до момента нямаме закон за иновациите, който се готви и всеки момент вероятно ще бъде приет, но ново законодателство и нова рамка нормативна беше необходима. Нов инструментариум, с който, финансов говоря в случая, с който да го подкрепим. Не само финансовите инструменти по ЕСИ, фондовете, национален бюджет. В този момент точно това наистина имаше значение, защото в 19-21 година беше периода, в който освен, че трябваше да програмираме новите средства по европейските структурни иновационни фондове, с COVID дойде плана за възстановяване и устойчивост. Не на последно място, а бих казал и на първо, тогава беше сключена и зелената сделка между членовете на Европейската комисия за това какво да се случва на континента Европа, който даде нов стимул, разбира се, даде и финансова перспектива за това как да използваме средствата по механизма Just Transition фонда, механизма за трансформация. Всички тези неща създадоха условията държавата да се огледа и да се каже, окей, не стига, че в момента инвестирам 2 пъти по-малко пари, едва 0,75% от БВП в този момент бяха общо разходите за НИРТ в страната при 1,5-1,6% средно за държавите от Европейския съюз, но и в същия момент, поглеждайки какво състояние е нашата предприемаческа общност и нейната нагласа да расте на база иновации, откриваме много неприятни факти. Като например факта, че в този момент едва 12% от предприемачите в България разглеждат да растат на основа на иновации и това е намерение. Представете си, за да стане действие, реалност, колко малък е този процент, за да можем ние да очакваме от него след 5-10 години той да произведе някакъв конкурентноспособен ръст. Това бяха наистина доста неприятни и шокиращи факти. И цялото това нещо идва да каже, че основната теза, която защитавам и бих защитавал, нали, пред вас и навсякъде, е това, че за да имаме необходимо качество и стойност в нашия икономически растеж, и да сме конкурентоспособни, гъвкаво конкурентоспособни, ние на практика трябва да разгледаме и да преразгледаме отношенията между ключовия генератор в крайна сметка на иновативни решения, носещи стойност, а това е връзката между образование, наука, научни изследвания в частност и бизнес. И когато говоря за екосистема, аз лично съм доста ревнив по отношение на това понятие, защото се използва доста фриволно. Екосистемата има специално определение. Тя не съдържа просто количество участници и някакви там инструменти, подходи и мерки между тях. Тя съдържа едни осъзнати взаимоотношения. Затова моята теза е, че ако не продължим много ускорено да променяме нагласата на тези ключови участници в екосистемата, за да възприемат екосистемния партньорски подход вътре, ние сме обречени на много малък успех и поредните ни усилия под формата на билото мерки, финансиране, нормативни документи и така нататък ще бъдат доста с не особено висок резултат. Това, разбира се, е територия, в която трябва да включим всички участници. Тук не говоря само за тези трима, но говоря за една доста широка палитра от 8-10 ключови участника в тази екосистема. Говоря за неправителствените организации, които вършат страхотна роля по отношение на промотиране на иновационния подход в конкурентоспособността. Говоря за медиите, говоря за различните други организации, които са ключови участници в тази екосистема. Така че това е тезата. На разположение съм да я развивам нататък в дискусията.
Много благодаря. Сега е време за Павел Лисев, който всъщност има впечатление.
Thank you. Now over to Pavel Lisev, who has a very impressive experience in the Ministry of Innovation, and now he is the Executive Director of the Fund of Funds. So he'll talk about the vision of this institution. Thank you, Minister, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today and build upon some of the statements we heard so far. I'd also like to present to you some of the tools that the Fund of Funds is using. The Fund of Funds is a specialized financial institution. It manages financial tools on European structures and investment funds. Our strategy is for the share of financial instruments to be implemented under the Jeremy and Jessica in the pilot period 2007-2012-13. The number of financial tools is increasing progressively. More and more programs would be involved in the period until 24 and then the period until 27. Our joint efforts together with the managing authorities are focused on long-term investment and support for employment. We target projects which cannot be funded through using the market mechanisms. In other words, we use European and investment funds for the financial support of such projects. And here I would like to talk about the implementation. We invested our resource, but the period expires this year and we need to define the framework in terms of the vertical axis and the volume, the amount that we want to invest until 29. It's important, and you see it on the screen, we have equity fund which supports more than 240 businesses. We have 5 funds, and we are involved in different stages of the life cycle of an enterprise. We also can reach out to mature companies which register growth. In other words, we have the opportunity to support any innovative business which needs resource in order to meet its technological objectives. My message is that there is still over 50 million euro available. This resource, these amounts should be absorbed by the end of the year. We have active dialogue with our fund managers. We want to make sure that the resources would be absorbed, and we don't want this money to be returned to the European Commission. So much for the instruments we use. But within the COVID pandemic, we structured the guarantee instrument to provide companies with operational funds. The terms and conditions were favorable in order to support the companies affected by the pandemic. So we have more than 1,700 recipients of over 400 million euro. Something else that's important is that the public resources multiplied by involving also private funding. We multiply the impact of the SE funds. And we would like to also mention what is coming with the new multi-annual financial framework. If in the current framework we have about 600 million euro, in the new multi-annual period the resource will be over 1,000 million. And there are different projects, different categories of projects that would be supported. We focus on innovations, internal R&D, digitalization and development of the industry within 4.0, for stage 5 transparency, 6 forecast capacity, and stage 7 adaptability. And here we also think of the current funds, which can be used to support investments in companies which received already some initial funding, but they need subsequent rounds of funding in order to further develop their idea and their product. In view of the circular economy, this is important. And we are going to implement 2 instruments, one in energy efficiency and one in consumption and manufacturing. You can see the resource is quite substantial, and our goal is to structure the processes in the most transparent manner. We also have funds for urban development. They're important because they support investments in sustainable mobility, energy efficiency, in buildings and municipal buildings, infrastructure, road infrastructure. So the toolkit we use is comprehensive. And right now we're in a very important stage of our development. We are completing the current framework and are structuring now the new period. So my message to you is there is still a resource that is still available. You can also expect new resources along the vertical line, and you can use it to achieve digitization and a circular economy.
Доста хора снимаха.
Lots of people took photos, and I hope that you were able to present to them the big framework. But we are going to disseminate the slides afterwards. Now we are going to talk about a big institute in charge of proliferating best practices, as they say in English. In Bulgarian, we usually say good practices, but inside, your practices are the best. A lot of things are gaining speed, a lot of things are being developed. Please tell us a bit more about it. Dear Minister Stoicheva, dear President Plevneliev, dear Mr. Belay, dear guests, I have the pleasure to outline the highlights of Insight's development, but let me put you in a background. What is the model of development that Insight follows and how it develops innovations? And what are the most successful countries globally? Against the backdrop of the news from the recent days, we all heard about the big investments of NVIDIA in Israel. I heard also that Europe already has a spin-off capital. This is Zurich. Yesterday, there was an article published in Dear.bg that Europe is lagging behind the US in its development. The main structural problems in Europe being the lack of universities that are capable of competing with the US universities. And now to offer specific examples about the types of models we follow. In Israel, the leading technical university is the cornerstone of their nation, the cornerstone on top of which Israel is built. ETH Zurich and EPFL, the polytechnics of Lausanne, are in the core of innovations in Switzerland, Switzerland being the leading state by innovations in the past 12 years. I have had the chance to work in a spin-off in Zurich on working on artificial hearts, but if we speak about ETH Zurich, it follows the model of MIT. It ranks number 7 globally in computer sciences, and it is the only European university ranking globally among the top 25. For Insight and for Bulgaria, it is a unique chance to develop this institute in close partnership with PFL and ETH Zurich. So this is part of an international agreement. It's a unique chance for Bulgaria to have that here. As we saw in one of the slides of Dr. Esposito, the government should be able to fund such institutions and organizations and should be a main pillar for this development. So the Bulgarian state is a good example in the region, being a pioneer by this funding. This is the feedback that we receive from the European Commission as well. But what does this model mean? These places, such as Stanford, MIT, ETH, they are talent-centered, and they attract these talents and they develop them. And then these talents go on to make world level of science. The startups or the spin-offs of ETH are a higher number than the ones coming out of Stanford. Some of the most visible companies in the world based on AI, created by Professor Andreas Krause, rank among the top 100 of most promising AI companies, and it is the #1 AI company in Switzerland. In other words, we have the most innovative country with the most innovative AI-based company. This is how these systems work. So on Insight now, let's zoom in on Insight. We copy elements of this complex model, and they have started producing concrete results already. In Insight, we are producing cutting-edge technologies in the area of robotics, self-driven cars, artificial language. Yesterday, there was the news that a Bulgarian school student from the mathematical high school who is part of an inside team published for the first time globally recognized article on AI and on machine learning. This is another indication that we must start from school level. As it is in Israel, talents are being cherished and are being helped to develop and become the technological leaders of the future. Technium has the most elite talent development program, which is entitled Technological Leadership. Next week, we are going to announce something new. As a result of this model that we apply for attracting and retaining talent, we are going to have the first inside startup funded by the US, Bulgaria, and Israel with allocations of 3.5 million lev. This is another practical indication that this model is operational, that it is scalable. We discussed this with Mr. Lisev, with other representatives of the ecosystem. The pillars are there, the foundations are there. Dr. Esposito also spoke about the research, entrepreneurship, the funding. Prerequisites are there, and we invest our best efforts to implement different programs that are producing results. I think you are doing impressive things. I'm smiling because you mentioned this school student from the mathematical high school. My son will soon publish an article in the mathematical journal. He is a school student, and together with students from MIT, Harvard, etc., they compete for these publications. I hope you liked the panel so far, and the cherry on our cake will be Ms. Maria Lucas from Zimvo Biomodeling, who tried to use enzymes to prove that future is green and it is very bright and can become brighter.
On your website, you have put that the future is green, bright, and based on enzymes. I believe that you can share a lot of it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you to all the other panelists and for their contributions. And thank you for having me. This is my second time in Sofia. I'm super happy. Just to give you a little bit of insight into who I am, and then we will go into the enzymes. We're talking about green transition, and a few years ago, 3 years ago, I actually received a prize from the European Commission for our initiatives in promoting green chemistry. And this prize was actually given to me personally by Maria Gabriel, the then Commissioner for Innovation in many other areas, and now someone that I'm sure you know from the political arena. But it was not only about bringing green chemistry to all industries, it was also about creating sustainable jobs in Europe. This morning in the ESG panel, we heard about how we can bring ESG policies into our companies, and sometimes we forget that we can do simple things by simply complying with the law, like having competitive salaries and paying Social Security. Well, I say the same thing. Sometimes you don't need fantastic lampposts, you just need a tree to regenerate oxygen. So what we do in our company is basically to do what nature has been doing for millions of years. Everything that we have around us, the clothes I wear, this table, what we eat, it's all chemistry, everything. There's no way around it. And for millions of years, chemistry has been happening around us in a very sustainable and clean way. And this is done thanks to enzymes, and often known as biocatalysts. So they're basically just biological molecules that promote chemistry. So what I want to say today, innovation is needed, green transition is needed, But we are in a very important moment in time because for most countries, economy and transition and innovation is based basically on benefit. But today, if we don't change the way we produce things, if we don't change our chemistry, if we don't change how we live, we will be out of a planet. And this is a reality. So what happens when we are confronted with a problem which says, if you don't change the way you do things, you're going to die? It means that politicians need to change for real and create policies that will make companies modify the way they produce, the way they operate, the way basically we all operate, not only as individuals, but also as companies. So what I want to say today, and I'm gonna take much time because I know that I'm the last one and we're on a tight schedule, is that if we want indeed a green transition, we need to start from the basics. Machine learning, artificial intelligence, yes, these are buzzwords, they are changing everything around us, but we can go even a step back and simply change how we produce chemicals. Let's look at enzymes. They are chemical factories. They work at normal temperature, so when we eat, everything that we eat is degraded into our own constituents by enzymes. And we are here, I don't know, maybe at 25 degrees, normal pressure. We don't need 200 degrees. We don't need high pressures to produce things. We can produce them in a very, very sustainable way. What I am seeing in our company, so I'm one of the founders and I'm also the CEO. I was a chemist for 15 years, so doing business is not exactly what I learned to do when I started. I basically became a company manager because I didn't have a choice and I really wanted to do clean chemistry. But what I have found is that you look at companies that claim, yes, we are going green, we are cleaning, but then when you go and talk with them and deep inside, it's still all about economics. So the message I want to pass on today, as we have so many politicians, and I don't often have the possibility to talk with so many people that actually have the power to change things, is that I'm very impressed with the work Bulgaria is doing. I think you are in the right way by promoting these events, having these conversations, putting together the stakeholders, the universities, the funds, the politicians. But what we really need are actions from our governments that say, companies, yes, you need ESGs. It's true, you need to improve environmental, governance, and social. But if you don't do it in the near future, you're going to be put out of business. Because companies today still, unfortunately, and we talk about this every day, they're still not moving into that green transition that we all want, but most importantly, that we all need. Thank you.
It brings us back to basics, and really, it's great that not everybody's just hyped on AI. Време, ако ви е харесал панела, да чуете и closing remarks.
If you have liked the panel, we have given some time now to the President Plevneliev and Minister Stoichkova for closing remarks and their takeaways.
Thank you very much. We all agree that what we need is leadership among the politicians in the state, and thus be sustainable, to coordinate with Fit for 55, to coordinate with Germany. Germany has its own long-term plan. China has its own long-term plan. It integrates all various components, and implementation is followed year in, year out. We need a 2030 plan, and I honestly wish that somebody would go to Stara Zagora and say, yes, mining is a decent profession, but it's a profession with no future. Margaret Thatcher did it. I made an experiment. I went to Stara Zagora and said, this profession has no future. And instead of a lot of hate, people said, yes, we know that. Why do politicians have to come and lie to us? And yes, we have to be honest to the children of the miners. The miners' children must know that their father's profession has no future. And we have no coal, we just have mud. And we all have to know that if we keep digging out something that is not even coal beyond 2030, we would have to pay more than 600 million lev a year. You know what we can accomplish with 600 million a year if we use green technologies. So there are professions which have no future. And at the level of the society, we need to be united for the sake of our children. We need media like DIRBG.BG. I take my hat off to you. Sustainable projects, project by project, municipality by municipality. We need to work in this manner. And everything we discussed in these 3 days, we should somehow package it and provide it to mayors, to municipalities. And next year we'll meet again and see what we promised, what has been accomplished. Step by step, I am sure together we can reach very far indeed. Thank you. I come from the entrepreneur ecosystem, and I truly believe in the role and the power of education. This is the way to develop, this is the means that can help us generate capital. On the one hand, there is a financial resource. On the other hand, there is the goodwill and commitment in the business community, in the scientific community, and in the people who make all this possible. On behalf of the Ministry of Innovation and Growth, allow me to very clearly state that this ministry will be a ministry of entrepreneurship. It will be a ministry that will support new technology, new companies, and will support the chemistry that Maria Fatima was talking about, which is the foundation of life. It will be a chemistry of good cooperation. I think we are in a period when we are doomed to work together. As mentioned already, we need open relationships, we need open minds, we need hard work in order to open the path to new technology and thus create a future for the next generations. The future generations should be able to see and understand the resources that we know and we understand. But on the other hand, they should be able to decide for themselves how they want to develop their society. So we do support the green future of Bulgaria. You can count on us being your partner if you implement innovations in this field and if you're brave enough to experiment with new business models and new technologies in our economy and in our society.
Надявам се панелът ви е харесал.
I hope you enjoyed the panel. Now let's take a short break and we continue with the next one.
Lovely meeting you. Take care.
Здравейте на всички. Радвам се да...
Good afternoon. I'm happy to open this very interesting panel for the artificial intelligence, AI. I have been starting in the same way last few months ago. Please, how many of you, raise your hands, how many of you have heard about ChatGPT? How many of you have used ChatGPT? Good. So the audience is getting broader and broader. Over the past few months, people have more and more people have heard about ChatGPT, but only a few dare to use it. We will respond to this question and others, and we are here to discuss the green transition. Perhaps many of you wonder, what does the AI have to do with green transition? And we will try with these extraordinary guests to tell you about the different applications of AI, where we are, where we stand, where Europe stands, and open the discussion of how ethical it is. I suppose many of you have watched the Matrix and Terminator. I grew up with those movies. And we will talk, of course, about medicine, how much and how AI is getting more and more popular there. And of course, we will not spare our criticism to it, and I'll be happy for you to participate. We will start with a video address by Mr. Daniel Abu, who is the chairman of the newly established AI Forum. I have the honor and the joy to say that the Bulgarian cluster for AI, which I represent, we are part of the organizations. It already has over 2,000 members in Europe, and we are part of this. I had the opportunity to hear from the previous speakers very interesting facts which allowed us to position ourselves where we are. We will speak about the forthcoming legislation. We are probably wondering how this will affect us. I will share with you a trend which is already launched, and in a standard CV, in addition to PowerPoint and Excel, they will ask you if you can use ChatGPT. I hope we can respond to all these questions and have a discussion. And now I would like to ask our colleagues on the technical team to load the Daniel Abdu video.
Hello from Berlin, and I'm so sad I couldn't be here with you.
Здравейте от Берлин. Радвам се, че мога да се свържа с вас поне виртуално. Съжалявам, че не мога да бъда с вас в София. Ние се сътрудничим много добре с кластъра в България и Европейската шапка, но Европейския AI форум се състои.
In the map, and we are very happy that the AI Cluster Bulgaria is one of the most active and founding members of this organization. So we work now together for, I say, 3 years. We started with the Croatian Association, KI Bundesverband in Germany, and Hub France IA, and very quickly Bulgaria came to our little family, which we are very happy about that. And now, as you can see, Lithuania, Poland, Slovenia, Austria, Netherlands are in the party with Germany, France, and Croatia here. And we founded each other with a non-profit organization in Brussels, I would say 5 to 6 weeks ago. And why are we doing this? Well, because the AI ecosystem in Europe has to come together and shape European AI together. It is so important that we're doing this because it is relevant not only because of the European thinking and the united Europe, but our markets are too divided. And in these times where AI is something on a global scale, I think European cooperation and participation is elemental. And I really think that we both, Bulgaria and Germany, KI Bundesverband, have to work together to shape this European AI together. And we're very happy. I think we're on a good way. It is always interesting bringing 9 European countries together, as you can certainly imagine. But we are so happy that Bulgaria is really one of the active members, and I want to thank Kaloyan for that. But also a very important theme is, of course, sustainability. Wie künstliche Intelligenz Klimaschutz und Nachhaltigkeit fördern kann, how artificial intelligence can support climate change, or not support climate change, but to work against climate change and sustainability. We made a position paper on that already 2 years, well, 1.5, 2 years ago, and we had 9 points which were very important to us on this scale. So first of all, it was like, I would say, at least 50 AI companies came together with experts, and they created a plan, a 7-point plan, and here are the first 3, which are very, very important. So first of all, the continuous collection of data related to sustainability and climate protection. It is so relevant that data is collected because, as you all know, AI can only work with a substantial amount of data. And this data, relevant to climate protection, must be publicly available because it is so difficult sometimes to get this data. And it costs sometimes a huge amount of money of getting this one. So at least when the public gets this data, it has to be publicly available. The creation of sustainability platforms for cross-cutting cooperation, also very important. Why these platforms? Because the thing about sustainability and the protection of climate change is not only a thing which is done in the forest or in nature. It has so many implications on economy, about public life and stuff like that. And for that, we need sustainability platforms. And on the next side, the promotion of sustainable projects. Of course, because we need these projects also publicly funded sometimes, but also, of course, in the interest of companies. And the promotion of innovation for climate protection through competition. One hand is, of course, funding of public projects, but it has to be, climate protection has to be a business case, which is so important, and I think AI can provide that. And of course, we have to be honest, AI is also consuming energy, training data, data centers, etc., etc. But the minimization of negative impact and containment of rebound effects are really, really important. So, dear friends, once again, a very short input in 5 minutes. Just want to say, it is important. We like to cooperate with you also on the point of climate protection and sustainability. So happy that at least I could be virtually there. I'm really looking forward of meeting you one day in Sofia. I hope very soon. Have a great conference. Have a great day. Goodbye from Berlin.
Няколко основни неща няма как да не спомена, свързани с това изключително партньорство, което създадохме на европейско ниво. Първоначално това, което ни обедини, беше първата чернова на така наречения AI Act или първия закон на Европа за изкуствен интелект. По същото време, само ще ви дам за пример, излезе и един друг документ, който беше етичните препоръки от папата, от Ватикана за използването на изкуствен интелект. И това, което установихме, че Ватикана е доста по-либерална от Европейския съюз. Това беше първичен повод да се събереме. В последствие, разбира се, изключително много общи предизвикателства и възможности открихме като европейска мрежа. Част от тях ще дам малко повече, ще ги подчертая от обращението на Даниел, а именно събирането на данни. В момента има чат GPT, всички знаеме как той се развива, но е време Европа също да има своя така наречен Large Language Model или голям езиков модел, с който да станем конкурентни, а и да можем наистина да следим етичното изпълнение на изкуствен интелект. Когато говорим за промотиране на проекти, и това е нашата дейност на всички тук колеги, които сме се събрали, България има изключително интересни примери, свързани с здравеопазване, даже как ще останем вече млади, по-късно ще чуем, но също така има изключително добри решения, свързани с така наречения проблем с климата, с водите, с трафика. Така че изкуствен интелект трябва да намира своето приложение, но това се случва благодарение на събиране на данни. Ако има данни, има изкуствен интелект. Ако няма данни, няма изкуствен интелект. За целта, това, което седи пред нас като предизвикателство и като държава е, разбира се, да събереме данни, да се дигитализираме. Процесът е дълъг, но ние вярваме, че е възможен и вярваме, че с нашата експертиза можем много бързо да станем сред водещите в Европа, поне в сферата на изкуствен интелект, и ще ви кажа защо. Малко цифри, че обичаме да говорим с цифри. Все още, независимо, че сме около 6 милиона жители на България, всъщност сме 6 света за всички времена по брой олимпийски медали по математика, информатика и точни науки. Всяка година имаме по 40 средно вундеркинда, много талантливи деца, които са в програмите на MIT и Българска академия на науката. А пък 42% от всички учени, заети в STEM, така наречения, са жени. Повярвайте ми, такива статистики са завидни и навсякъде, когато говорим за тях, очакванията към нас порастват. Така че трябва да имаме изключително голямо самочувствие. И не на последно място, няма как да не коментирам един...
Last but not least, we cannot but comment one of the big challenges of the European Union. When we have data, you have to protect the data. Almost all watches and telephones which collect our data, almost none of those are produced in Europe. We have to protect the data. So the need for data space or AI data space is more and more important on a European level. We deeply believe that Bulgaria is part of the solution. So we have very interesting talks ahead of us. And I would like to ask you something else. Do you know who is the first programmer in the history of mankind? Not the AI cluster, no. So with very few exceptions, we exclude some of the people we work with. So the first programmer is a woman, Ada Lovelace, the daughter of Lord Byron. In 1826, she created the first algorithm, the first software program, and not on a computer that we are using now. This is the time before electricity came about, but on the... I always tell this story, and I'm very happy that even on this stage, there are so many women. You will never see so many women at such platform. I would like now to introduce Monika Manolova, who is a woman working in the area of AI woman, but she also has extremely interesting expertise on a European and world level. In the area of AI, she can speak about climate. But Monika, please tell us briefly what you do.
Надявам се, че се чуваме. Много ми е приятно да се запознаем.
Nice to meet you. My name is Dr. Monika Malonova. I'm an expert in innovation for the Digital National Coalition. And the reason to be here is, as Christina said, I'm a part of many global initiatives involving AI. And one of them is a British initiative which aims to make artificial intelligence understandable for all professions and for people involved in any work other than technical. And this ties up neatly with the UN Digital Compact, another initiative that I started working for earlier this year. We organized in May a global advisory meeting, 40 experts coming from all over the world, countries that are interested in digital literacy New York, India, Africa. So we have analyzed digital literacy, and we concluded that literacy in the area of AI is fundamental. And we cannot see any development unless we attain that, which makes the initiative a continuous one. When we look at an AI application, we only see a surface and the possibility to write a prompt to ChatGPT is sort of literacy. No, that literacy involves how the processes work fundamentally, even if you cannot code. And that means a totally new line of development for our societies. We are at a key turning point in the evolution of human society, moving on to society which is IT 05, which means that IT is going to work in everything that we do, and it will be also a factor accompanying all generations from now on. For that purpose, it is important to introduce the foundations of ethics in education, in law, in all aspects of public relations, in order to regulate that evolution and can achieve a society that understands fundamentally what's going on and can use these powerful instruments. That's from me. The moderator's microphone is a bit behind. I was a witness of one of the discussions you moderated for the UN initiative. And so we all agree that Europe is an ethical society. However, how do we convince Uganda to be ethical in terms of using AI, while at the same time they have a starving population that they have to feed? So what's your opinion? Concerning Uganda, we developed a digital education program for schools in Uganda. And for them, it was very important to get their hands on the hardware and have a hands-on experience. So what's vital there is survival. It's not information, but how you can handle a crisis at your door, such as the pandemic. We had a very interesting conversation with an expert who works a lot in Africa, and he showed us the algorithm for solving the issue with COVID in Africa. Now, the way that they deal with the crisis there is information, but they perceive information as an obligation. And here we had problems with that. Depending on the pending needs, ethics can be seen differently. For some, ethics boils down to survival. For others, it's about the invasion of privacy and the approach to the information which is being collected. So it's important that sometimes we step in the shoes of the regional people, the regional entity, and address that issue. Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Bratsky, managing partner for Kinsteller in Prague. We have talked so far that if you understand the fundamentals of AI, you would be successful. What are the main features in AI and how they relate to business and to green transition?
Speaking so much about the AI Act, it's close right now. We're expecting in 2 years to be implemented in European countries. But what is there exactly for the business? What we need to consider in order to be prepared? What are the key topics or challenges next to this AI Act that we need to consider to be successful?
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm very happy to be among all the speakers. Just to introduce myself again, I'm managing associate at Kinsteller, which is an international law firm, and I am heading the TMT team in Prague, in the Czech Republic, actually, which is the country that came out with the word robot for the first time. That was one of our famous authors, Karel Čapek, invented the word robot. So I'm happy to be here and to address these issues concerning ethics that are embedded in the AI Act. When I go a little bit, few steps back, I think it was already 6 years ago when I was writing a first article about the AI regulation and AI rules in Europe. It all started 6 years ago when the European Parliament actually introduced this non-binding resolution on the civil law rules on robotics and AI, but there were two very important points that were written in that. And at the time it was written that the European Union wants to take a lead role in constructing new legal regulations for artificial intelligence based on the ethical principles. So this was actually the first time the green light also for the industry and for the business, that when we actually implement rules and draft rules and enact them later in the European Union, it's going to be based, and it must be based on ethical principles. Another interesting point that was in that resolution was the fact that it actually introduced some kind of non-binding, but well-written at the time, I would say, ethical code of conduct for the developers and researchers of AI, which basically said that if you research and if you develop AI-based solutions, as a researcher, scientist, data scientist, you always have to make sure during the development that it serves well humanity, and you have to actually adhere to principles of human rights, principles of safety, product safety, and respect for privacy. 3 years later, we saw another resolution of the Parliament that was kind of even more written in detail, and that kind of even showed us what the principles for business are going to be. And this resolution 3 years later, it was 2020, I believe, it stated that actually those companies that develop and later place on the market AI system that could be of high risk, then they will need to receive certain European certificate of ethics. Not much about who will issue these certificates, how it's going to be done in practice, but this was again another message for the business. Hey, if you develop something here, if you place it on the market, and it's going to have impact on the European Union market, you make sure that it's ethically based. 3 years after that, now we've got this AI Act that was recently voted in the European Parliament. You probably know it was a week ago, and now we are facing trialogue when actually the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council comes together and will discuss the final shape of these rules. They want to finish it by the end of the year. on the other hand, I think this is very challenging, and I think when I saw the amendments, there were like hundreds of them to that main text that was first presented by the Commission. I think it's gonna take more than a year, maybe 2 years, that's for sure. And when we look at the impact on the business, I think, and this is what I say to our clients, get ready, because this is the first rules in the world that actually concern AI. That's the first thing. And second thing, actually those rules, and if you look at the text, these are very similar to the rules that we have here already, and that are the rules that actually when you want to place certain product or certain service on the market, you will need to meet certain and quite robust compliance obligations. For example, when you have this high-risk AI system, again, the one that I spoke before, you need to undergo conformity assessment before you place it on the market. You need to get certificate of conformity. If you have technical documentation with that, it has to have certain elements. So this is something that the businesses are going to be facing. From more philosophical point of view or ethical point of view, I believe these rules make sense, and we need some kind of regulation at those times, because at the moment there is no regulation, and we've got these amazing rules, and we've got these we've got these amazing AI systems such as ChatGPT, Midjourney, etc., that have millions of users and subscribers. On the other hand, it is evident, and you know it maybe better than I do, that the technological development kind of outpaced the regulation and legislation, and there are no rules at the moment. And I've got clients asking me, hey, what are we supposed to do with ChatGPT? Do you know, can we trust it? What about data protection implications? We've got marketing clients that do marketing, and they ask me about, like, when it generates certain content and we want to use it for commercial purposes, can we use it for commercial purposes or only non-commercial purposes internally? Are we supposed to be afraid of certain, like, intellectual property rights infringements, etc.? So this is all the questions that we are facing at the moment, and I believe certain rules are necessary for that. On the other hand, those rules have to be smart and have to be written well, and this is, I think, the most challenging tasks we are facing at the moment, because when you look at the AI Act, it has, I think, 100 articles. It is very, very difficult text to read for a lawyer, and I'm not speaking about regular citizens. This is very difficult. And when you look, actually, and you want, imagine you are a business and you want to place your product or service on the European market at the moment, and you are reading those rules, and you are trying to understand what's going to be, or what is facing you in the future. Very hard to orientate, and when you look at, for example, just the subjects that will have certain obligations, sometimes you feel lost in it. For instance, there is this, like, overall definition of an operator, and under operator falls those, like, importers, distributors of these AI systems, deployers, etc. But then this operator, or the definition of the operator, is just on certain places in the AI Act regulation and not through the text. And sometimes you try to understand it, and sometimes you are like, hey, if I am an operator, what kind of obligations do I have to meet, and what rights do I have? And when I was reading the text, I was not sure. So I think we'll still have a long way to go. On the other hand, I'm very happy that I'm very happy that I'm very happy that EU took the initiative, because you see around the world that AI-based systems are used for various purposes. In some countries, let's say, they actually even try to develop those social scoring systems. And I was recently reading an article that actually judicial authorities are very much afraid of the generative AI, because it can hamper criminal proceedings. Judges, public prosecutors, guys working with the police, they are afraid, because actually you've got cases around the world that the suspects in criminal proceedings are actually claiming that the footage and the photos that were gathered as an evidence.
Sentence, because the discussion is running out, and I know the lawyers, I know
yes.
you speak a lot, and you read all of those pages.
Yeah, was deep fake. Yeah, was deep fake. So I just wanted. Yeah.
If you want to conclude your statement.
Conclusion, I am very happy about those rules that we've got in the EU, but it's gonna take a long way before we conclude them in the right way. Yeah.
Thank you. Going back to discussion later on. Не знам колко от вас са запознати, но от края на декември месец
As of the end of December, when you file an application for a project under Horizon Europe, if especially this is relevant for the part which is entitled excellence, one of the points is artificial intelligence. So you know you have to be knowledgeable from the ethical viewpoint in topics relating to AI. And there are questions in the questionnaire such as how ethically would you be using AI? So this topic is indeed very relevant and new for many organizations. Now next point. I think that most of you are familiar with Isaac Asimov's works, and someone I know from the technical university said that in addition to the 3 laws of robotics, there are 2 more contributed by Bulgarians. One of them is that the artificial intelligence should know that it is artificial intelligence and identify itself, that's the second one, as one, which is not surprising looking at the pace at which AI is developing. I'm now going to introduce someone I know from the Sofia Technical University, and I am also related to him because I gave the name to a robotic dog, which is cute but also a bit scary, and I named it Robko. So I would like to ask you to talk more about the application aspects and tell me what you are teaching the young students at the university in Sofia.
Thank you, Christina. I have a tough job because I'm talking between 120, 150 minutes at the university, and now only for 5 minutes I have to share my whole experience. Unfortunately, the idea of AI cannot be appreciated enough sometimes. And we are not talking here about the legal or ethical norms of AI. The problem here is that we are talking about a new technology, and the idea is not to turn it into what the rubber ball was in the companies years ago, when things were not appreciated by both the public and the economy. We saw that this balloon can very easily explode. Over the past few months, we are witnessing that AI is kind of radiating at us from all media and channels. But this allows the public to share this technology, which will be more and more applicable from now on. Although it provides a lot of advantages, AI can lead to a loss to us as people. The simplest example I often give to students, even the telephone that you have now in your pocket, has at least 2 applications which work with AI. When you want to make a photo, for instance, You don't need to think about speed, light, to manage the blend. And over 99.9% of people will never learn something about light, about how technology works to make a high-quality photo. If that was 20 or 30 years ago, a lot of you would have had to learn that. So AI leads to a loss of some skills, and our place as a society is to minimize the loss. The problem is really important, and we can see that the use even of ChatGPT, which became a panacea, do you examine students with ChatGPT? No, we don't need to do that. We need to see the human aspect and the way people think. Not that we cannot do it in a remote mode, as we saw the past few years, but the contact in person always gives some elements which we have been used to, and they are intuitive. AI really creates prerequisites which can affect us in all aspects. In the lab and in the department, because we have this major AI. There was a case in the States last week. An intelligent house goes through the vendors to provide. One of the consumers, one of the clients of this AI had switched off all the channels for communication of the smart house. This can be based on AI, which we switched on and activated, and then it's much more scary. The same is true for our vehicles, motor vehicles. It is possible, if legal and ethical norms don't go hand in hand with technology, we can be in a situation when the car cannot start. You mentioned this dog. One of the applications for this dog is it's an only military application. That means the dog has, let's say, security modes, and the AI allows it to analyze all the people around. It can find who is armed, and it can act in different situations for protection. Not only that, but AI can take a decision and start certain action. Just to put in a word, because tomorrow we're having a panel for the cyber security, and we don't want to give bad ideas from our panel. I have to say that. Unfortunately, this is another problem. Over the past few years, we see that AI is an object of interest by many parties. We are talking about parties who are new in software, like 12, 13-year-olds, students, university students, PhD candidates, etc. And as we saw in many other areas, for instance, manipulating of genes and embryos, there was an example in China. Unfortunately, the ethical norms did not prevent the Chinese doctor to do the modification. Yes, we will ask Milena to add. The genie is out of the bottle, and it's important to control it in the interest of society as a whole, because AI and robotics and automation, which we have now, create many changes to our environment, where we live, where we work, and these changes are very different from what our parents and grandparents saw, and this can lead to other problems. It doesn't mean that AI is something bad or something that we should not develop. On the contrary, as every technology, it should be in the hands of people who can and know. They should have enough knowledge on how to employ it, because AI can write enough sentences on a certain topic that we have suggested. It can generate a code, but it has learned from codes, and if it's not an efficient code or has problems, it will multiply the mistakes in what it creates, because it depends on what it has learned. So if we do not train AI in all possible forms, so it can cover all the variety of all the public, the result is that we can get a one-sided product leading to social problems as a whole. I mentioned the robot, which has security functions, but I'm working with a PhD student in our lab, and we spoke about something very interesting. Imagine if we have
по-близо до заложника, отколкото в момента до този, който
we have people who have been hijacked, and the weapon is closer to the hijackers and not the hijacked. And maybe the AI does not interpret the situation correctly, and then the hijacked people will be hurt. So AI is not a program. It is something that it learned, it was trained, and then it can take a decision on its own. So it works with probabilities. Along this line of thoughts, those who deal with AI, the European Commission, 3 weeks ago, accepted that machine learning is also AI. Congratulations. And when we speak about AI, of course, during the dispute, we always we say that we are before chips and integral schemes. So the first algorithm was for the game of chess, 4 years before the first integral scheme. And over the years, AI had a few winters, so to say, where nothing happened. A few gaps, and we have a very interesting law, the Moore law, which says that the development of AI depends greatly on the development of infrastructure, GPU, the chips, which can be loaded. So speaking about AI, I'm happy that we have here the operational director of a supercomputer discoverer. We have one of the fastest computers in Bulgaria. Please, Kirill, tell us what this computer does, and I will ask you to give some examples. We spoke before the meeting if it has any applications assisting the green transition. We should be able to say that it is working. It's not just an expensive toy. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be with you. I hope you're not too tired. Let me say something about artificial intelligence that covers up the fact that I have a shortage of natural intelligence. And so if you use those sophisticated words, you can have an easier life. I would like to show you a few figures so that if you haven't seen our computer or haven't read about it, can get understanding of it. It's more than 300 tons in terms of weight. Usually people are very proud if they have 32 megabytes computers. We have 300 terabytes. We have also 200 gigabytes in our network. Speaking of the Moore law, this was the fastest network when our computer went live, and now we have more than 2 gigabytes in storage. And this is really a powerful platform for development, not only of AI, but of green transition as well. We use models to calculate how climate change is going to unfold in the next 30 years. And this is a very difficult operation which combines many different matrices of input data, and that gives us a very high level of precision as to the forecasts. Another important thing we do, next time you are on board an aircraft and experiencing turbulence, think about us, because we provide a very important service together with air traffic controllers, which is we make estimates about the weather 4 times a day. We get the data from the European air controllers, and we concentrate on the weather above the airport at ground level, 100 meters height, and so on, up the air in squares with sides of 1 kilometer, with a very high resolution. We have a very interesting project calculating pollution, air pollution, particularly with ozone polluters, which are quite bad for people with asthma. There are some bad days when these people are getting a red alert and they should not leave home. So we run these models to see what is going to happen with this kind of pollution in the next 10 years. We did mention the Moore law. Why computers are doomed to have a lifespan of 5 years? Well, because the next generation is about 30-40% more powerful in terms of calculation capacity, and about 30% more efficient in terms of energy efficiency than the previous release. Once you calculate the cost of owning a machine like that, that shows you that they can have a useful life of 5 years, because the law applies. To give you an idea of how many calculations we make, our supercomputer has capacity to make 6 million trillion operations second. So you can imagine its capacity. I think you can be a promoter of the supercomputer. Oh, I'm just happy that the Greens don't throw lunch leftovers at us because of the power consumption involved. Now, because of this boom on using ChatGPT, and people are asking it all sorts of questions. So using any computer means consuming certain amount of energy. According to a report that was released in May, if artificial intelligence continues in this way, up to 2030, about 8% of all power generated will be used to power artificial intelligence. We discussed earlier, and you said that there is a strategy, and if you want, by the way, you can talk him at the networking session. They have more information that they can give you. So what are you doing about this problem? One of the most efficient measures is that in parallel calculations, people think that we use the Winnie the Pooh law, the more the more. The purpose is to optimize the problem in such a way that it's most efficient. So for example, if we set up not 500 nodes but 1,000 nodes, the calculation will be blocked, and that's why we calculate the optimum amount of nodes. Another good initiative is that we inform all of our users on how much energy was used for resolving their task, so that they can also optimize the code. The optimized code also is more energy efficient. For some problems, these are the fine tunings, but for other tasks, the chip doesn't have to use its maximum rate. Sometimes we switch off some of the processors. Each processor has 64 nodes, so we optimize the task at hand. If the task is not addressing the processor, but the RAM. There's also another way to work on this. We're going to start construction on a new building and exchange energy with it. So if you give our audience a problem, what will be the prize that the winner will get? A visit to see your supercomputer? The moderator. You see how interesting it is to listen to all of our speakers. So now we move on to the next speaker, and we're going to talk about artificial intelligence later on. Georgi Kirov, CRISP Labs. Thank you. We heard very interesting things already. Some of them were already mentioned by other speakers. But for me, the question is why this is happening now? Why is it so different from what we used to have in 5 or 10 years time? What will be the situation with statistics and so on? Pandora's box is now open, and any entity can do all sorts of experiments or do that in a more cost-efficient way. We all have experience in consulting companies, NGOs as well, but they always tend to be very practical. And they ask, it all sounds good, but what does it translate into? When I was a student at the university and went to Berkeley, I could see what it was all about. It was supposedly to be about statistics, but it was then statistics and machine learning, and now statistics is a tiny part of the curriculum. One of my colleagues was involved in statistic research, and last week they completed their last project on evaluation e-learning, and they are now a unicorn company. They are specializing in finding the unused mineral deposits in abandoned mines. And they have some very good green projects which are made possible because they use this technology very often. It all is connected to the fact of whether and how much we're allowed to experiment to do things in our sandbox, be it with ChatGPT or whatever it is. Some of our colleagues allowed me to give you a sentence or two on something that we've done. For 2 years, we worked with a generator of renewable energy. So they positioned themselves very well on the market, including on the futures market, and squeeze out a couple more points of margin. This is not part of their core business, but it is a part of what is important for any business. We're now starting work with a mine in Bulgaria, where they have about 20,000 projects that they've done over the years. A quarter have a green aspect, for instance, how to optimize the use of their mine and how to recultivate the mine and the area once they're not using it. Now, if they want to find any information about that, they have to send somebody to the storage room to dig it out from the paper. So now they are working on setting up their own in-house knowledge center. And to wrap up, we had a very interesting project which had to do with green funds, funds which claim to be ESG. That's a lot of information, which within 2 months we managed to analyze using AI systems such as ADA and others. 1/4 of funds claiming to be fully ESG actually fail to meet the standards, although this is in their prospect and in their document, but this knowledge is somehow lost in the background noise. So it depends on how critical we are when we approach a task and how much we can play in the sandbox.
Where do you see risks from technology? Because as Mr. Milchev said, it can be used for good. We will talk with Monica afterwards. But also there are a number of risks which I suppose are a concern to your clients. Yes, absolutely. They have this concern, especially NGOs or government agencies. With companies, it's a bit easier because they all know that everybody's watching and thinking about it, how we can use, whether it's in the area of marketing or technological companies. So there is some opportunity cost there. There is a price. I believe the right path is to try external solutions, but Once we've decided what is relevant to our business or organization, we do something internal, in-house, which concerns measures for confidentiality, for European regulation for data collection. So it is an experimental process in many ways, and I don't think there is an easy answer. Since you are representing the business, do you use ChatGPT? Yes, absolutely. We do not use ChatGPT, but some of our clients through Microsoft Cloud, we have access to version of GPT, the big model behind it, where there is complete confidentiality. So it is possible with a service level agreement. And there are no gaps. It's not just honest a word. This is spelled out in a legal document, not just talk. So we do use it. So business people can see how they can use it. I don't like the discussion or the people or machines. This is not the issue. The thing is to do more and use less energy. For instance, there are excellent digital studios in Bulgaria, and designers can draw 20, 30 times more sites. This allows them to do more interesting things and develop their business in a different way and be more efficient with computers. Frankly speaking, at the end of last year, when I first started using ChatGPT, I was very happy and said, this is a revolution. Why we have a generation. I have a 19-year-old daughter. She still doesn't like me. I hope this will change. But we have a whole generation, and some of their critical skills for critical thinking is disappearing. They're quoting sources from unknown sites, and first I really fell for ChatGPT. I would have quoted you, but do you have reliable sources for ChatGPT? No, they are not real sources. It is highly likely if you want to do a dissertation or something, you can see false authors, false publications, and this could mislead you. So you have to be very careful. You have to verify. It's not. I'm not the one who's saying that. It's the source is a New York Research Institute, because calculations are for the previous word. So it is very likely that you get a misleading result. And I'm very happy you mentioned Berkeley, because I do geographical systems, and I'm very, very happy. This is also concerns optimization, because Berkeley produced a model called Mosaics a year ago, which allows geographic data to be simplified. So we need fewer pixels, and it is much faster to process when some links, for instance, are severed in the model itself. So these models will be faster and faster. They will be integrated easier. And we have to be very careful, because what is generated as an answer is not always true. And when somebody asks in a forum what ChatGPT lied to me, the first time it lied, you have to know that AI does not recognize truth and lie. It's not the Wizard of Oz. We cannot be looking for the heroes. One is looking for courage, one is looking for heart. Yes, I also sometimes adjust the facts. So AI is probably not much different from us. But it doesn't have proof check, truth chat, as Elon Musk suggests, because the links are billions, millions, and billions, and the result is sometimes completely unpredictable. Yes, it's a long topic. I suppose all of you during COVID saw how amazing AI can be, and thanks to it, in silico models, mankind managed for a very short time to develop a vaccine. Now there are companies, including a Bulgarian, Mikart, hello, which is looking for new drugs and molecules, which before took 2 years. Now this happens for only 4 weeks. But the more impressive technology is in the hands of Professor Milena Georgieva. She has a woman with many hats. She comes from the Academy of Sciences, the youngest professor in the Academy of Sciences, which is very inspiring. And she is also a model for the so-called spin-off companies, how the academy can create companies. If you wonder what it is doing, it will keep us young and beautiful thanks to AI. Tell us, Milena, what you do. Thank you, Chris. As a scientist in genetics and epigenetics, I'm happy to be here. One of the most modern sciences, biomolecular science, such as personalized approach, precise medicine, personalized approach for staying young. I would say that we cannot speak about precise medicine and genetic studies without having the software and information opportunity to use them for data analysis. I'll go back to Monica's statement when she said, when we speak of AI, we are mostly focusing on ChatGPT, whatever the version, but this is only the tip of the iceberg. It is used in biomedicine to a very large extent. What are the projects where we use AI in the system of data analysis and data? First, the human genome. It started in 1990 and it was over in 2003. Just to compare the Moore's law and its validity, the structure of DNA was discovered in 1953. 56, we introduced AI as a term. You see, molecular biology and AI go hand in hand. 2003, we analyzed the human genome, and it has, we're talking about hundreds of gigabytes that we have to analyze and make forecasting models, not only for diseases. This data, back in 2003, we have almost exhausted our potential to analyze the information because the human body is very complicated. We have about 50 trillion of cells consisting of billions of nucleides. So in 2018, we managed to create database for 100,000 human genomes. And now Bulgaria is participating with a letter of interest for 1 million genomes. Why is this important? Because in the data we are going to produce thanks to AI, we will have excellent information for the genetic foundation of human disease, but also for how it interacts with the environment. And if AI decentralizes the process of genetic separation from 20 years to a few days now for one human genome. Imagine what happens in the risk analysis for disease. When we speak of complicated disease, well, not only one gene, but a variety of genes. We are talking about implementing it in the development of medicines for the much more precise and decentralized design of medicines or repositioning of medicines, which is in the hands of biomedicine. But going back to the artificial embryo and the scandal in 2018 of creating the first artificial human individuals, two twins in China. This is not the fault of AI. This is the parallel development of both sciences. So our knowledge of human genetics can tell us which genes can be edited in order to create embryos which will not have certain disease. From the point of view of bioethics, which is a very, very serious problem, and we participate as scientists on an expert level, the steps in humanity. So from this point of view, and the synthetic embryo, which was announced a few days ago, this is very important. Creating of such system, giving us the right information of what we can test on human embryo to fix the expression of genes. Of course, we have ethical framework which do not allow us to turn these embryos into human individuals. And we are supporting this memorandum 100% because human genetics is so complicated that we don't know what's going to happen if we take away one gene or enhance it. Whatever happens, the Pandora box is open. And we have to discuss the importance of AI, of the moral and ethical framework on an expert level, because it's very easy to say, let's ban and restrict AI, but we have to think what it will lead to as an impact on industry and science. So multidisciplinary dialogue that we are having now, led by Christina, is very important. What is AI, how it is applied in different businesses in science, and what we can do to regulate it adequately. Scientists should also be present in these dialogues. And a quick referral whether AI and ChatGPT can write a research article. No, they cannot, because the sources suggested are not adequate. But it can help other projects, yes. We use it with common sense. And to quote Christina, I was also very happy when I used it first time, but my red lamp is how to teach future generation to collect, analyze, and synthesize data if they get the conclusions ready-made. This is what we have to discuss together.
I can read several messages in this. I'd like to thank the organizers from dearbg.bg. Indeed, in Bulgaria, we need to work in an interdisciplinary way on next stops. And this means opportunities. We must be very adequately tooled, including with legal instruments. One of the reasons why Bulgaria is often under estimated in terms of medicine and the biosciences is that Bulgaria is the only European country that doesn't have any regulatory act on blood transfusion medicine. Now I'm moving on to our next speaker, Momchil Karpozanov, Academic Director of the MBA programs at the LBG. So you have the floor. Good afternoon. I have the difficult task of summarizing what was heard by what was heard by the audience, and especially in terms of genetics. This is indeed very challenging. On the one hand, what do we teach? Where do we position our students against the backdrop of these revolutionary technologies? Looking back, it took an industrial revolution, several bourgeois revolutions before we get to this level of technology. So the whole paradigm of science and then subsequently the business in high tech is the pricing system and our understanding of what in economics is called marginal utility. And that is related to our understanding of what is a human being. And then that begs the question, where is Homo sapiens or modified sapiens evolutioning into? And the key word is evolution. Society, of course, has many aspects, and it has to face a multitude of issues, ethical, and so on, not only from the viewpoint of making new rules, but also about the rules according to which we change the current use. These are the organic system that allows us to make decisions. So, of course, in this situation, we rely on large language models, which allow us to make a prediction, but we leave aside those who have ownership of the decision-making of possibilities. Maybe the next level will be artificial general intelligence, and then this will be both disruptive and decision-making. So if we have authentic general artificial intelligence, where would we be situated as being part of a decision-making community? I don't have an answer to this question at this point. ChatGPT should or could do it, interrupted by the moderator to say that ChatGPT is ethical, and it will say, you are the human being, you make the decision. Back to the speaker. So this takes us to the question of where is our role as business leaders to still have ownership of the pricing and the understanding of our markets, and understanding. The speaker is trying to make sentences in two languages at the same time, and he apologized for this. So why are we using these resources, and what would be the output from a purely ethical and social viewpoint? I think back to the moderator. I think we're just launching this discussion, so I can give you time only for one sentence to wind up. Monica, thank you. I am taking back the conclusion that all of us who are here have a lot of things to say, especially the colleagues who's involved in economics. I was part of a universal basic economic income, and I don't know if that is inevitable. With the colleague who talked about intellectual properties, I'm wondering what will be that future when artificial intelligence gets into the game. Now, when the speaker switches languages,
which is going to regulate it on European level, how is that going to be established? And also, I would like for you to share in just a couple of sentences, as I understand we are over time, a little bit about our discussion on intellectual property and what happened with the comic that the US Patent Office didn't approve as an intellectual property.
Thanks very much. These are great questions. I don't know if you probably know, but in a nutshell, the intellectual property rules and the rules on copyright that we have at the moment in Central Europe or in Europe, continental Europe in general, are very limited at the moment, because you have to realize that actually an author, according to Czech law, I think also in Bulgarian law, is a physical person. And this is the very start if you actually want to start thinking and talking about authorship and authorship of the AI solution. We are stuck at one point, and I think we need a big reform of those copyright rules very soon. And actually, I heard there is a debate that there is going to be a debate about another type of personality that would fit this digital age and those new AI tools, because actually with the fact that the rules that we've got at the moment, that the author is a physical person, and that you also need this kind of another element, the distinctiveness, we are not moving anywhere. So I think, to conclude, we need a reform, and I wonder myself where it's going to lead.
Peter, and last concluding sentence, because the time is over, but I want to provide the last message, probably something positive, or what to expect finally from the AI development.
Well, from the perspective of the AI, I still think we have a long way to go. We will soon have rules, I think in 1 year or 2 years, as I said, how to place it on the market with respect to compliance. On the other hand, with respect to AI liability and with respect to copyright, we still have a very long way to go. I would say 3 or 4 years, and time is ticking.
Thank you. Добре, Георги? За финал?
Да, за финал две неща. Едното е, трябва да според мен...
George, I think we should all experiment and have a go at these incredible tools that are at our disposal, and the more creative, the better. I think that the future leader will be the persons who can find the question of how this can be useful to me as a human being, and then there will be other people who would say I'm not fit for handling AI. And these intellectual property and these closed black boxes, I think this is going to be the big battle. When I talk to people in the States, there is talk about regulating them, but there's hardly any possible chance for it happening. Because how can we be competitive as people, as organizations, and hopefully how we can be greener? Does this have to do through some data center in the States or not? To me, this is a very key question. A moderator, I think that sounds great. I hope that Bulgaria will be part of the international AI platform, but we can at least talk about it from this stage. Milena, your final sentence. To me, AI is positive. It's already on the market. We're using it. We need ethical framework to handle the data which is generated and stores, but also break up the old paradigms and shifting to a digital society. We should not fear it, but discuss and analyze it and get a clear understanding of what we are dealing with, because this is the future of humanity. Yes, there will be a lot of questions, including ethical questions, but that's the point of it. There were many other technologies in the history of humanity that had negative impacts as well as positive ones. Hopefully, AI will disprove the last words of Stephen Hawking about AI and foreboding the end of humankind. I was cherishing this sentence for my final line, but I can say that behind every product there is a human being. So we have the responsibility, said the moderator. Kirill, I would like to urge you to use the supercomputer. The students from Greece, Turkey, and Romania using it to learn. That can give our companies a great competitive edge. Companies can use it as long as they quote the computer that they used in their publication. And it's a very tame one. It doesn't eat human beings. We don't calculate weapons or any such dangerous things. Moderator. I'm saying that because people are reticent to go to Sofia Tech Park and touch the supercomputer. That's not true. It's a very welcoming place. Radoslav, you have the floor. Thank you. Something I wanted to say. These forums are important because they are a place where questions are raised, and society should raise questions on all things that they are concerned about. In Sofia Tech Park, we developed applications for agriculture, forestry, stock breeding, economics, and now we also have applications in the defense area and medicine, all of them based on AI. This is just to indicate how broad our scope is and how interdisciplinary it is. Currently, we have a project with the Pleven Medical University on reproductive health. So AI should not be viewed as possible threats only, but also in the areas in which they can be very helpful. Many of you may have seen the movie Dune. They are human beings that mentates. There was a revolution against AI. This is not necessary. AI should be developed within the necessary boundaries. And if there was AI, it would have turned off my mic by now. Obviously, this is Momchil speaking. There are challenges, and it will be a long time before the various areas of study are optimized, and before that we have to find our areas of intersection, and then we will think of how we can master AI in everyday life and in our academic endeavors. Thank you. Thank you all. Before we start the networking exercise, I would like to commend the organizers and also to invite you to come back for the third day for another day of exciting agenda. Data security, maybe we will ask questions like who is whispering Natalia, the ongoing telephone scam. And there will be also VR if you want that. There will be a Zenart wall. You can see virtual reality and experience it tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Have a nice evening.
Махнем.